24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Queen Chima. Apex Igbo Social Culture Organization, Ohanese Ndibo, has commended former military President General Ibrahim Babangida for his bold and historic assertion that the January 1966 coup d'etat was not an Igbo coup. Ohanese said this courageous acknowledgement stands as a crucial milestone in altering the narrative that's unjustly painted the Igbo people as antagonists within the broader scope of Nigeria's tumultuous political landscape. The Igbo Apex body stated that IBB's revelation on the 1966 coup signals a potential cessation of the entrenched vindictiveness, cruelty, and deep-seated animosities directed towards the Igbo nation over the past 5 decades. The former military president, during his recent book launch titled A Journey in Service, clarified that the 1966 coup should not be attributed to the Igbo people. In a statement issued by Ohanese's factional deputy president general, Okechukwu Isi Guzoro, and made available to newsmen, the group noted that the ramifications of the erroneous classification of the January 1966 coup as an Igbo insurrection have been profoundly detrimental, leading to catastrophic consequences not only during that tumultuous period, but extending into the present day. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has filed a lawsuit against the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, over what it termed the failure to reverse the unlawful and unjust increase in automated teller machine ATM transaction fees. The CBN recently announced that ATM withdrawals made at the machine owned by a bank but outside its branch premises will now attract a charge of 100 naira per 20,000 naira withdrawal. ATM withdrawals at shopping centres, airports, or standalone cash points will incur 100 naira fee plus a surcharge of up to 500 naira per 20,000 naira withdrawal. In the suit filed last Friday at the Federal High Court, Lagos SERAP is asking the court to determine whether the decision by the CBN to increase ATM transaction fees is not random, unfair, unreasonable, and contrary to the provisions of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act 2018. SERAP is also seeking an order of interim injunction restraining the CBN, its officers, agents, associates, or any other persons acting on its directive or instructions from enforcing and giving effect to the decision, pending the hearing and determination of the motion on notice for an order of interlocutory injunction filed in this suit. Well, President Bola Tinubu says his administration will support businesses in the financial technology sector that provide payment infrastructure services for Nigerians and Africans. In a statement by a presidential spokesperson, Bayo Nanuga, the president said this when he received the leadership of Flutterwave and Lamai Capital in Abuja. Flutterwave boss Olubenga Abuola and other stakeholders in the company, Adeleke Adekoya, Oluwa Bankole Falade, and Mitesh Popat, represented the fintech firm at the meeting, while Oluseun Olufemi White represented Alami Capital as its chief executive. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, led the delegation to meet President Tinubu. Also in attendance were the Managing Director and Chief Executive of the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, Armstrong Takang, and the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Information Technology Development Agency, Inuwa Abdullahi. President Tinubu said Nigeria is genuinely open to business, and as president, he is determined to remove all obstacles to allow companies to thrive. The senator representing Rivers West Senatorial District, Ipalibu Haribanigo, has called for an investigation into the recent explosions at various NNPCL facilities within OML 18, affecting Bonny and Degemalika government areas. The most recent explosion occurred around Bonny's Cawthorne Channel, following a similar incident reported just 2 weeks ago in Buguma in Degemalika government area. Senator Harry Banigo, who described the frequency of these incidents as alarming, said the recurrence of these fire outbreaks within the same OML 18 location in such a short time is deeply troubling. The senator, who is the immediate past deputy governor of Rivers State, urged the Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, the operators of OML 18, to launch a comprehensive investigation into the explosions. She demanded that the probe must identify both the immediate and underlying causes of the explosions and fires, as well as their impact on the environment and the livelihoods of host communities. While acknowledging that host communities have a role in safeguarding oil installations within their territory, the senator stressed that operators must also uphold the highest safety standards in their operations. The Minister of State for Housing, Yusuf Attar, has cautioned the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Abdullahi Ganduje, against any attempts to allow the current chairman of the APC in Kano to continue in office for a fourth term. The minister was quoted to have warned that any attempt to give the current chairman of the APC, Abdullahi Abbas, another chance would lead to serious crisis in the party. The minister issued the threats at a caucus meeting in Fage, local government area of Kano, yesterday. Atta alleged that the arrogant and misguided disposition of Abbas as state chairman is among the many negative tendencies that crippled and made the party to lose power in 2023. There are reports that the national chairman of the APC, Ganduje, is planning on reimposing Abbas to continue as the state chairman of the party for the fourth term. We're moving on, where the Rivers State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Adeze Ore, has emphasized the importance of effective communication in combating misinformation, disinformation and fake news, particularly in matters of public health and well-being. Dr. Ore made this call during a lecture presentation on health communication, bridging policy, public engagement and crisis response at the Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, Rivers State University. The Commissioner stressed that bridging communication gaps requires engaging community stakeholders and conducting thorough, timely research to ensure accurate information dissemination. She also noted that health issues are void of political interference and outlined key health communication strategies, including understanding the issue at hand, identifying affected individuals, determining the source of the problem and finding ways to manage and mitigate its impact. The Vice-Chancellor of Rivers State University, Professor Lerum Okobule, highlighted the critical role of health communication in preventing misinformation within society. On her part, the convener of the event, Sarah Chidebere Joe, noted that health communication is not merely an academic discipline, but a vital tool for public health intervention, policy implementation, and behavioral change. She emphasized that the event was deliberately designed to allow students to engage directly with distinguished professionals who apply health communication strategies in their daily work. And on the foreign scene, large crowds have gathered for the funeral of Hezbollah's former leader Hassan Nasrallah, who was killed in an Israeli airstrike in Beirut in September. Mourners dressed in black flocked to a stadium on the outskirts of the Lebanese capital today. They also paid their respects to Hashem Safeddin. Nasrallah's successor was killed in a separate Israeli strike before he could assume his post. Nasrallah, the former leader of the Lebanese militant Shia Islamic group, was one of the most influential figures in the Middle East. And meanwhile, Israel has expelled the residents of 3 refugee camps in the occupied West Bank as it steps up a major month-long operation in the Palestinian territory. Israel's defense minister Israel Katz said the camps in Jenin, Tulkarm and Nor Shams were now empty and would be occupied by the Israeli military for the coming year. The Israel Defense Forces said it has deployed a tank division around the city of Jenin, the first time it has done so since 2002. The Palestinian Authority condemned the move. The UN said earlier this month that Israel's operation, which began on 21st of January and was intensified in recent days, had led to forced displacement of 40,000 people. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you so much for listening. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening.
Today's news news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, and entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
For everything you've done for me, I've got to give you praise.
The celebration of the 100 days in office of the Executive Chairman of Andoni Local Government Area of Rivers State, Honorable Lazarus Gogote Ntogwile, will formally kick off on Monday, 24th February 2025. The celebration will start with a flag-off of construction of internal roads linking Onyada, Engendem, and Asarama. The ceremony shall be performed by the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Victor Okojumbo. All ward leaders, party stakeholders, traditional rulers, chiefs, youth body, women groups, community leaders, and ward members are expected to attend the event. Venue, Onyada access of the road. Time, 12 noon. Date, Monday, 24th February 2025. Sign, Honorable Lazarus Gogote Ntogwile, Executive Chairman, Andoni Local Government Area.
Talk Radio
95.1 FM.
Welcome to the Big Stories, where we dive deep and let the truth flow. Every Sunday night from 6:05 to 7 p.m. From 6:05 to 7 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, we come alive.
Is it not the issue of them being principled? You're taking me to somewhere that's not my strength.
Do you think that our security agencies need to do more? Do you think they need to do better in cases like this?
As they continue to remain silent, I think to me that speaks a lot. It seems like you people are doing your thing. Make me do my thing.
Nigeria has developed that kind of technology that can reprint this thing outside the federal government.
With journalists dissecting what's being told, tuning for insights that you can trust.
Are we building monuments? I ask this question. I've been asking because I am a taxpayer in university.
So many government facilities, so many projects that were built and commissioned that are under lock and key, and it's terrible.
So grab your seat and lend us your ear for great analysis. The Big Stories awaits. Don't be late. Every Sunday evening from 6:05 to 7 p.m.
Good evening and welcome to The Big Stories. And The Big Stories, a current affairs program on your premium talk station, Today 95.1 FM in the Garden City of Port Harcourt, where we review events and issues that made news headlines over the past 7 days. I am Priye Izogu. Yes, they said ladies first. And joining us is Ifunaya Obemenduku of the news department. Ifunaya, good evening.
Good evening, Priye.
Ifunaya, so which news do you think was the biggest news for last week?
IBB's commission. IBB's book.
IBB's book. We have a lot to talk about that particular book. We also have Kerry joining us in the studio. Kerry, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, people of Port Harcourt. I'm happy to be back to not only analyze issues but also to provide solutions to issues going on in the country. You know, a lot of things are going on. The rise of in the cost of commodities and everything. It's not funny. The tax for the hula baloo, everything. But it's where we are.
I think the most important line I will pick from what you just said is trying to create solution to some of the problems that we have in the country.
It's not only just talking, there must be solution.
Yes, there must be a solution. Now, looking at solution, let's kickstart with this. Former military president Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida says the annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election was for national interest. IBB, as he is fondly called, was the president during that election, which was widely believed to have been won by Moshood Abiola. The election was annulled without the announcement of a winner. But 32 years after the election, Badamasi, during the launch of his autobiography, A Journey in Service, said he acted to protect the country's interests.
Undoubtedly, credible, free and fair elections were held on June 12, 1993. However, the tragic irony of history remains that the administration advised a near-perfect electoral system and conducted those near-perfect elections could not complete the process. That accident of history is most regrettable. The nation is entitled to expect my impression of regret. As the leader of the military administration, I accept full responsibility for all decisions taken under my watch. And June 12 happened under my watch. But I say in all matters we acted in the supreme national interest so that Nigeria could survive.
He said something about for the interest of the country. A lot of people will say allowing Abiola to be announced and made president would have been the better interest of the country, Ifnaya.
Probably he's not actually. Probably he didn't really give, all the reasons when he said for the interest of the country. Probably he left some details. Probably international interest, because I remember some person saying there were foreign influence, on his decision to announce that. Not to announce rather the winner of that election. So I think probably IBB didn't give as much information as was expected of him. He just came about. My major issue with it is. It's a very big issue, and we saw a lot of politicians, big people, in the political space in Nigeria, all seated and clapping hands for an issue that should be taken as a very critical issue. Some persons are even suggesting prosecution of IBB. But the only thing that I know I took from what he said was when he came out to clear that the 1966 coup was not, an Igbo coup. A lot of persons have, lived with that for over 50 over 50 years now. So many persons, keep blaming the Igbo people for that coup. That's one of the take homes, at least, that he came out, yes, to clarify on that. But for me, seeing so many faces in that occasion, people clapping and all, it was quite embarrassing.
For me, I think it's disrespectful to the people of Nigeria. Kerry, looking at the particular conversation of his book and the library, we've heard a lot of big ways. Like looking at the event, we had the former head of state of the country was there. I'm talking about the very first second military ruler of the country, Yakubu Gowon was in that event. We have Olusegun Obasanjo in that event.
Jonathan was there.
Muhammadu Buhari, who in prison for 3 years, had representative. He had representative. He could say he's not attending, but he left the grudge aside.
They who in Nigeria.
Exactly. Now the idea is, don't you think, for one positive thing is that they left their political difference, their military difference aside, and they forgive themselves. And because I'm just thinking, somebody put me in prison for 3 years, God knows how long, 3 years, then I will still sit in the same table with that particular person. I think it paints a picture of national unity.
You are looking at it from the outside. Do you know what's going on in the inside? He left prison long ago. Do you know a lot of water have gone under the bridge? A lot of water have gone under the bridge. This issue of IBB saying is for national interest. First of all, I would say I will agree with someone to an extent, because do you know what I would say? I won't say I agree with him, but I will say he has not given no details on maybe they were fraud.
No, we need to read the books. Like I think I will definitely get that book.
I read a part of the book today about the Yakubu Gowon, the coup that removed Yakubu Gowon.
Yeah.
I was reading part of it today before I came to the studio today. What I would say that he has not given us interest, some details for us to know what really went down on the election. But I can say that was the freest and fairest election. I can remember a friend of mine, my friend that was telling me that then that Ngongoro will come to River State with Abiola Rapper to Choba here. People just rolled up that then. I see that was it. That election can still be seen as the freest and fairest election, whereby two Muslim individuals came and a lot of Nigerians embraced them
with no sentiment, with no religious sentiment.
But you know, if we started our democracy by then, by now would have made some progress. And also, through his annulment of the election, people died. A lot of things happened. Yeah. So I think I won't fully agree. I won't fully embrace that statement. But he would have furnished us with details of why because I don't think it's for national. Even if they were foreign, why didn't he say it? Of what national interest?
Wasn't enough.
See, what national? You cannot just say national interest. Of what national interest? Because you cannot just come. What is the national interest? Okay, people died. Is that national interest? Abiola is wait, is he not dead? Is that national interest? His wife was there also because was that national interest? Some people run into exile. Is that national interest? Professor Humphrey, he posted his burial listing to me the other day. Yesterday, we are still coming there. He posted his burial listing to me the other day. Nobody interested in anything about him. The lecturer boy.
Sorry,
okay.
Let me just add. You said something about forgiving themselves and
moving forward.
I think that's one thing Nigerians should learn, that politicians are not enemies of themselves.
It's so
the
true.
people are actually their enemies.
If I say it every time, they are not fighting.
At the end of the day, you see all of them coming together.
Yeah.
I'm shocked. Peter Obi was there.
Atiku Abubakar was there.
Atiku was there.
Kwankwaso.
All the opposition parties, everybody was there. So at the end of the day,
she was even part of the committee
that
planning committee.
Committee.
It was part of the
so
planning
at the end
committee.
of the day, the question is: are Nigerians understanding? Are they paying attention
to
the
politicians
are only interested in what interests them? And not
do you know why all those people were there? Let me say it so that all of you know. Those guys are the kingmakers. Nigerians have what they call kingmakers, and IBB is one of them. Take it or leave it. IBB is one of. See, do you know why all those guys were there? Because the kingmaker has called for them to come. The kingmaker has called for the Galadimans to come. So they cannot afford to miss it. Yes.
Okay.
Take it or leave it. Those are the kingmakers.
We have Kingsley Yekori joining us in the studio. Kingsley, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening to my colleagues. Good evening to our listeners. Apologies for coming in late.
I want to ask you a question directly. Jeremiah Hosseini died last month. God bless his soul.
Okay.
He's one of the biggest players when it comes to the military system back in the early 90s and all. It's one of the people that possibly could stand out and actually defend his very good friend to the last day, Sani Abacha.
Yes.
Immediately after his death, we're now seeing revelation by Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida that Abacha was actually very furious. He was totally in control of the ground force and all. That's why he was being careful with the whole coup thing. Don't you think that Babangida left it late? Maybe after a very important player in that particular era died. That's when he's coming out to be telling us stories, and because dead men don't talk, Abacha cannot defend himself.
Yes. Pray if you're on Twitter, the first time yesterday, you see the word. There is one in Twitter. Abacha children have taken on Babangida, the grandchildren of Abacha, and all of them.
Yeah, I saw some.
So many things are going on there. To add to the one if I said also the issue of Debo, coup and all that also is what there is also in Twitter going on. But this is it. I want to disagree with IBB. With all due respect to him, I love him as the president of Nigeria. I loved him as a person.
I don't like military leaders. I have to be very fair with you.
I love military. I wish
you were there.
Yes, I wish I was. You know why?
Why?
The respect for order. I don't like this orderliness. I love stop and you stop. So the respect for order was the reason why I would have joined military, but my mother never agreed to that. And
for you to join the military?
Yes, and I'm getting it. If had it been it was now, I would have maybe traveled to US or somewhere else, join military. Maybe years later I'll just come back and all that. But that's aside. That's the thing is this. I disagree totally with IBB, and I have my reasons to disagree with him. You can't tell me in that statement where he said, today I have to do all my research. I didn't sleep all night.
I'll buy that book. I don't know if the book is available. I don't know how much it is, but I'll definitely buy that book.
There's a friend who said he has a copy.
Okay.
A PDF copy. I will try to say I'll talk to him to send me the PDF file and all that. But I have to do all my research and all that. I even have to reach out to my own some persons I think should have that information, and I was able to I got that announcement statement, the press
statement
by the president then. And it's on my page on Facebook, and I just dropped, and I wrote something. I said, this is an announcement statement, and I came down, I said, I can still remember his name, De Maradona and Evugenius. That is Babangida's nickname.
Yes.
So I won't believe Babangida is saying such thing. He can't tell me as a president that I listened to him carefully, because I took time, sat down, was listening to that program from morning. It took my time. I paid for data, was listening, and he said, the chief of staff, the chief of defense staff then, Mr. Abacha, gave him a wrong report. That was why, and all that, and so many. So for me, and people are saying, why not make the statement that this man won? You didn't make that statement, and you're saying that is the problem between him and Abacha's children today, where he's pushing somehow
the blame
to Abacha. And
Abacha was in the CNC then.
You can't tell me as a president. You can't tell me as president that your chief of defense staff is more superior than it's not true.
No, it can't be true.
So there's a war. So
and not the person of Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida.
Not somebody like him.
Junior.
So for me, I will disagree with him in total. But sorry for us, this is the country we find ourselves. If in a sane society, you'd face criminal justice. You remember, some of us have forgotten. Remember, it was him that ended Okuta's panel investigation after 1999, 2000 democracy regime. Obasanjo set up
Okuta panel for reconciliation,
and he said he was not coming there because it's not a legal court for him to come. He went to court with about 4 sons. I can still remember then. I was reading newspapers and all that, and he said he's not coming, and that was how some person refused coming and all that, and Okuta panel investigation died off and all that. So for me, for him to make that statement, I refuse to agree with him. I will never agree with him. He's the head. There is a common parable in Ikwere land. When the fish want to start getting spoiled, it starts from the head. So IBB should bear the blame without shifting it to anybody.
Okay, before we move to the next story, my concrete opinion, Maman Vasta died. A very close friend of his. A very close friend. A very close military number.
I also have read the article, what he wrote there.
Very close, very close.
I've read that one. He said why he actually didn't do anything was that he was a very close friend of him, which betrayed him when that could happen. He didn't tell him. He even paid somebody 50,000 naira from then. He said so. And all that. So when what is it called? When the military
Supreme Military
Council had the investigation and everything, so that he has no power to say don't do this. I also want to disagree with him.
My point is a lot of leaders, literary
most of these things must come to your table.
Literary giants. Now, my point is most literary giants in Nigeria then, the likes of Oluchoyinka, they sent a delegate to him, Oluchoyinka and Chinua Achebe, to beg him not to kill Maman Vasta because he's a great writer, a great poet. He accepted them. Immediately they left. Before the evening, Vasta was killed. So for me, I think if he had the power,
he said, according to him. Let also be fair to him. Let also hear him.
My point is, he has the power to bring down a friend who he feels want to topple his government, but he could not accept the election of. So it's not adding up. Yes, it's not adding up. So you cannot tell me that Abacha is stronger when Vasta, a very
general, he's even a general.
Yes. Vasta, a very influential military head, was arrested and was investigated and according to them found guilty and was killed. Then you're telling me that your junior will actually force you into making decisions. Come on, it's quite unfortunate. So for me, I think some of our military leaders need to complain on it.
I say this is why this in my reach. I say this is the reason is the Maradona and the evil genius.
You want to do the more you look, the less you see.
Now let's go to the next story. Let's go because definitely we need to read that book so we'll have more details and more analysis. Maybe in further so that we can actually analyze some part of the books because sometimes you distort information. If you don't read carefully, you can't get grasp of what he is saying. The next story, I think it's not part of the bulletin here, but it was yesterday. The People's Democratic Party, some members of the People's Democratic Party held their Congress, South Zonal Congress in Rivers State, that according to the NWC of the People's Democratic Party was postponed to a further date. But the former governor of Rivers State was there, and some of his loyalists were delegates, and I think I just recognized a senator. I'm trying to get his name right now from Cross River State.
Senator Jerome.
Yes, was just the only notable office holder that was there, apart from the FCT minister and ministers, senators from Nonadu came and he left. He wasn't even part of the process. He came, he sat at the table and he left. He came, he shook hands and he left. I watched the video, it was live. He came, he shook hands and he left. He sat a little bit, he left. But when the process started, he left. My point is, we had 4 sitting governors. We have 4 sitting governors from the south part. We have senators across these PDP states and including non-PDP states.
And House of Rep members.
And looking at that, looking at the quality of members there that participated in that Congress, do you think it holds water? I'll start with you, Kerry.
To me, I'm trying to understand what really happened because I was surprised when I saw PDP South Zonal Congress. And I checked, no governor from the PDP in the Southern State was there. I'm like, something is wrong somewhere.
One of the most strongest zone of the PDP.
And no governor from this zone was there. I was like, something is wrong somewhere. That I need some explanation. Then later, I saw Debo Nogunagba saying this Congress is not accepted, will not be welcome. I was like, that means something is wrong somewhere. I now looked. I didn't see any governor. I saw Donald, I saw Senator Jerome, I saw the FCT minister. I was like, no. I don't think this should be accepted, because how can you do a zonal congress? Okay, who were the delegates? Let us start with. Well, okay, were all the delegates from all the 6,000 states, were they present there? How do you come to the conclusion? Who organized this congress? Was it accepted by the PDP? No, we need to ask these questions. Because how can you tell me you are doing a Southern Zonal Congress and the 4 governors?
Before that day, it was already cancelled. Before Saturday, it was already cancelled.
No, we are coming. But others are asking.
Two court orders, contrary court orders.
Even if there was no court
order,
the end of this has already said we are postponing that of South. So let's even take off the court orders. The end of this has already spoken. We are pausing this particular zone, the process in this particular zone. So let's even leave the court order. If the end of this has spoken,
then why will you come and gather?
But then Wiki said all delegates must not be in the Congress.
No, I don't. Because to me, I will not think that. I know governors are members of the party, but they are members of the party. But they in here they will say they are party leaders, but. What really happened yesterday, I think, is there's a question mark. Yeah, it's not totally welcome. There's a question mark there. Yeah, I don't think that Congress will be hopefully.
Are we expecting another Congress?
Yes.
They're expecting another Congress.
Because the governors will pull it.
They're expecting another Congress. Because at the end of the day, Wike cannot tell the governors what to do. If the governors all decide to mobilize in their states, are you going to come and tell these other governors what to do all the way from FCT? No, we are expecting another. I'm also waiting for the national president to say something, because he was also attending
the acting chairman.
Yes, he was also attending the zonal, congress of his own zone, and the governors, in that zone were present.
So which zone is he from?
It's from Northeast. Northeast. Yes, I saw the Bauchi State Governor, Adamawa State Governor, and of course,
Finke is there today.
Yeah.
Is it not today?
No.
It held yesterday.
It held yesterday.
Northeast,
yes.
Northeast or not? Okay,
Northeast, where we had Adamawa State Governor. I saw the Bauchi State Governor.
Bala Mohammed
was there. I saw Bala Mohammed. Wike was there. Someone headline. What
I think
today?
No, it was yesterday. The same time. I think it happened simultaneous.
I saw a live video, and I saw Bala Mohammed.
I think probably you saw it on AIT. It was where they captioned their headline.
Okay.
We should check and get back. But for me, what happened yesterday?
We were expecting more dramas from the Democratic Party. Let's move on to the next story. Still on Monday, the federal government has commenced the distribution of 50 kilogram bags of rice at a subsidized rate of 40,000 naira to civil servants in River State. Today, FM observed a team from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security carrying out the distribution process at the River State University Teaching Hospital. A representative of the ministry, Kingsley Ugochukwu, stated that the program began in River State on December 21st, 2024. I will come with you, Kingsley, on this. People are saying, yes, you're giving civil servants. Do you think it will actually, there will be effects of this subsidy on this and civil servant to the entirety in River State?
I must be very sincere to myself and what I believe in. The truth is this: I believe in subsidizing things. And that is the essence of government in every country. But I don't believe in subsidizing rights. I must be very direct.
I'll wait for my turn before I
speak. 40,000 naira.
It's 40,000 naira. Come on, it's 40K. Price of 80,
I love the
100.
president and all that, but I can't support, when he goes around, I'll tell him, that's just my own. I can't support the president subsidizing rights for 40,000 naira for civil servants. How many presidents do you have? What is the workforce in Nigeria? If you're talking about the population and you're saying civil servants. So for me, subsidizing things should come from the angle that will affect everybody, which is petrol. That was why when we in our sister station, if I remember, I was the one person who was against removal of subsidy. Till tomorrow I keep saying it. Because this is one thing everybody benefits. And I keep saying the government should keep paying for subsidy. If they like, they should borrow the whole world to pay for subsidy. It's not my business. Because everybody gets
get to benefit
from that subsidy removal, that subsidy payment. Pay for these things. If the fuel is 1,000 for instance, pay 700 for us. The price of things will come down, and we enjoyed it over time. Today they told us they are going to remove subsidy. It became a campaign slogan. Ojobi, the Tinubu, the Atiku, everybody. Show everybody remove subsidy. And I said, look, in a single client, subsidy is a better thing. I understand. But in this country, it can't subsidize. I will not see that money. Today, the governors and the government chairman are enjoying this money removed from the benefit of subsidy. And we don't see those things in our communities and local government, state, and all that. So for me, I'm not in the support of subsidizing rice. What rice for what? If you're subsidizing fuel, PMS for Nigerians, better.
It makes more sense.
Understand that things will, by crook or crook, come down. We shall start questioning people. Now, transport is no longer, fuel is no longer this price. In this price, why? So some of us can talk, but subsidizing rice for some particular persons, which is not even open in open market.
My brother.
I'm not.
You see this rice of subsidization is abracadabra. Hey, broad daylight abracadabra. Do you know why? See.
Why?
Do you know what? Dangote, a private man, a private businessman, he was sharing rice free rice into state to state. Do you know what? I saw that rice in one big man house. I'm saying, I won't mention him.
Can you stop going there?
How that see? Okay.
You saw the rice.
I saw the rice. Rice.
Be careful.
Okay. And number two. You see this rice? I said this one. See, it's because they know that Today FM is coming. That's why they're doing this one. That see, is it not a governor in a Ebonyi state that saw health equipment being siphoned by state workers? You know what we see when countries of the US that are subsidizing health drugs, agricultural products, and co. And you are subsidizing rice. They say rice they will carry and keep in the house. Election time they bring it out. And I say that's for who? Have you eaten the rice you pray? If not, have you eaten rice? No. Then what are we doing?
And we are seeing that report.
December, they told us they share rice.
It was just sudden. I mean, I've not heard that in any barrister. I don't know anybody who have ever stormed.
The River State. I've heard of Kano, other states.
See, what is happening
with rice? December.
Rice. See, what is wrong with our rice? Rice. And we are not seeing the rice. Are you seeing rice? Why don't you have thinking people in place of authorities? Why do they like doing all these shenanigans? What is wrong with us as the people? So you are using this one to this one. Later down you hear that they budgeted 10.30 billion naira for this, and they will siphon the rest. These areas, I said, I bet you when the election time comes, you see them flying up and down. Go to warehouses and you see where the rest are. During the palliative distribution, one person had the mind when we are lacking fuel to bring out fuel and mission to people. A politician in Lagos State. And today, where is the story now?
It's a dead story.
You see, in this same country, a politician had the mind. People want the politician. And so I tell people, what is wrong with people? What is wrong with us in this country?
They actually used some COVID-19 materials was given to people now. COVID-19.
And now they are going for rice.
They
should stop this abracadabra, bro. Our eye don't open.
Okay, now still on Monday, President Bola Tinubu urged African leaders to take greater responsibility for the continent's development, citing recent global shift as a warm wake-up call for Africa to become more self-reliant and competitive. Speaking at the presentation of former military president Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida autobiography, A Journey in Service, and the launch of his presidential library in Abuja, Tinubu noted that unfolding events in the United States and Europe highlights the need for Africa to rise to the challenge of nation and building. And the president, if I will come to it, the president is talking about self-reliance, and every day we are moving to France, or we are moving to England, or we are moving to one European country or the other. I was seeing the aid from USAID, what they're actually doing to Africa is running into billions of dollars. And you yourself, all this money coming to Africa as aid from United States. We are not even just United States. We are not seeing it reflect in the society. We have seen some aid that relates to renewable energy. We are not seeing it in Africa. We are seeing aids relating aids for medicine and other. We are not even seeing it. Sometimes you will see expired medical products that have been kept in some big men's house in Africa. What is wrong with Africa? I think, for me, I kudos to Donald Trump and possibly pursuing the funding of USAID. I think it will make African leaders sit up.
The president's speech, I mean, when Nigerian leaders come up, they always make very interesting comments, and you see them talk with so much zeal, and you think it's from their hearts. It's just talk. When it comes to implementation, it's zero. And the truth is, I think this, like you said, I really thumbs up to Trump for opening the eyes of African leaders, because at the end of the day, we keep living, waiting for handouts from the Western world, everything, including health. I think some days ago I approached someone about this research stuff, although they didn't want to speak about it. We don't know what is so secretive, about the whole USAID stuff that, even the health people, are really not interested in having a conversation about it. So for me, I think this aid should totally stop. Let's see what we will do for ourselves. We have the resources. They say Africa is the richest continent in the world. Nigeria is rich, Congo is rich, but look at how we are faring. Everything we rely on the West. We want drugs, we rely on the West. We want research for this, we rely everything on the West. We can't say anything, and our leaders will come and make very interesting comments, very interesting, speeches, and you think it's coming from the heart. It's just talk, but we don't want talk anymore. We want to see it. Action. We want to see action. We have gold in the north. Where is our gold going to? If the crude oil in the south should be shared, amongst the countries and used, utilized for the benefit of the country, the gold,
the natural resource, other natural resources in Nigeria,
what is it used for? We have coal. We have different natural resources in different states. What are we using them for? We keep relying, like you said, the president keeps going to France. I'm not sure what the deal is. For me, when I saw that visit, there was a visit he went to that the France people were singing African song, and I don't know what the deal was. I mean, those men were very, very excited. I'm not sure what they are so excited coming to do to Nigeria, but I was very concerned. Everybody is saying, they are coming to. We know the impact, France has, in every African country they come to. So I think we should stop all the talk and talk and talk. We should start now with action. How are we going to start? Our refineries that we say they are working, there's no effect. I can't see how the refineries are working. The roads are not working. Nothing is working in this country. Our leader just come up with interesting speeches. Just talk. At the end of the day, interesting speeches with no effect.
And someone will say the former Ghana president, Kufuor, is coming out to talk now.
Yeah, when he was president.
He was president for 2 terms.
They always have good things to say when they.
Now he's advising other African leaders.
When they are there, they are observing the women. They say don't eat why don't talk why eating.
Okay.
Do you know what? See, African leaders are good orators, good speech writers. As in they know.
Uhuru Kenyatta. I did 2 terms.
I see, look, they can speak good English.
Advising. Saying, are you a taxpayer? Okay. But you were enjoying from the aid.
Not even that. They can even speak good English more than the Americans and the Europeans themselves. But when they're in office, what do you have to show for it? Nothing. Do you know what? See, do you know what? US, Donald Trump, if you can hear me, I know you're not hearing me, but definitely this will get to you. Don't give us shishi.
It's American taxpayers' money. Don't give us.
Don't give us. See, let us see. Our taxpayers' money. Are we utilizing it well?
I'll support this one.
Let me tell you a surprising thing. UNICEF school bag. Go to the market to I bet you buy it. UNICEF school bag.
That's for free.
They are saying yes.
Let me shock you. I went to a government parastatal in the States. I saw them sharing UNICEF materials. They were sharing it. Have you forgotten COVID-19 too soon?
We got a lot of aids across the world.
How do we spend it? Wait, what of the money for our what of the money we generate here? What are we using it for? We cannot give account to the one we have here, and we are now talking of US. Yes. Now they should now be giving us money, and we should start lavishing it. You see, I know someone that works in one of these health firm. He told me, my brother, look at the pills, but our guys are the one enjoying. Yeah. They are always on the field working. So listen, that those aids we are supposed to use to do something tangible and grow our country, but people are chopping the money. They are looting this. They are looting the money. So Oga Donald Trump, give us no money. Give even a fathom. Don't give us again. We should make use of the one we have. The one we have, we are not using it well. What has corruption has dealt with us as people in this country. Enough of all this. So we are waiting for the United States to give us. What of the one, the all money come, the other states come, what are these need to do?
I saw some of the A's. I think I need to research more to see the direct document. I don't know if Dodge have actually released the final lot of documents, especially from USAID. We need to see the A's that have been given to Nigeria over the years.
What
we need
are
to
they
see,
used it for?
at least we need to see the figure that have come into this country from USAID. Kingsley, looking at the funds, basically, how can African Union, because a lot of people say Africa, the essence of African Union is for them to brainstorm, come up with ideas, come up with trade ideas, so that they can actually synergize and grow the continent. We're seeing what's happening with EU. We're seeing what the United Nations is doing. We're seeing what the United States is doing. Why can't EU? We're seeing what BRICS is doing right now. BRICS nations that's coming together with their own force and their own ideology. Why can't EU come up with good plans in agriculture, good policies in agriculture across countries in Africa, so we rely less of the Western world and we'll think about helping ourselves within Africa?
Okay, before I come into that, I actually want to disagree with my friend Kerry. You can't say it should not come, but the thing is this: when it comes,
why is your voice low?
Even Russia, Ukraine, Israel is also getting it. But the thing is,
they're getting it too.
Utilize these things. Not when you are given a rifle, you keep it in your house. The soldiers there fighting insurgency are crying for rifle. We are hearing today the Senate inviting the IGP to come for about 3,000 something arms missing, and it's wrong. We don't. For me, I don't support it should not come. Our senior colleague here, Emmanuel Nugo, will always say, sovereignty supervises sovereignty. Now, you can't compare Nigeria to US.
No, definitely we can't.
You can't do that.
We can't.
So
the number of years in democracy.
Even also in Africa, we are seen like big senior brother in Africa, elder brother in Africa. So we do some certain things for some certain people. Just as we gave Benin Republic railway. Now they are telling us not to come. But I'm not coming there. There's another issue. So that is how it is. But for me, the issue is this: when these things come, in 2019 or 2019, was it 2015, the peak of that insurgency in Borno, because of football or thereabout, I went to Borno then, Meduguri, precisely to play one match in that Academy Warrior Stadium then. It was after that match the governor made a statement: if you are coming to Borno and you're following that route between Plateau and them, you are on your own. There was a beheading when the militant war military camouflage and stopped people coming from that road and beheaded them. It was within that period. Yes, that period. I can still remember that period. Then it was, I think it was Dolphin or then went to play a match from Kaduna and they were asked to move. I can still remember. Senior colleague, China refused to go. Then I think, thing is this: they brought a what is it called? They brought some stuff for some displaced persons. Why they were launching the whole stuff and all that? Leaving from the venue of the launching, they saw those things being in people's shop for sale. Okay. The things they brought, immediately they brought it, are now in people's shop for sale.
In Borno.
Yes, that happened. I can't. Maybe I'll find that news and I'll just do myself and find out. Now, that is how bad it is. But this is where I brought for some persons to have a relief. You know why some of us are talking? Because we've not witnessed. I'm speaking because I witnessed it. I was there, and the hotel where we lodged, I won't call the name of the hotel. They are not paying for advert. So the girl I met there is from South here. So we talked and she said, "Look, people have to go because here is not safe. This is what we are at the peak of that issue. We played only first match and left and came back. That was how we canceled that competition and all that. We came back. So there was this fear, and people living. Some people who, when we talk sometimes, people don't understand. If you have not lived in a crisis environment where there is gun and people are dying and all that, you don't understand what people are going through there. You understand? So
they're going through a lot.
So it's quite disheartening that somebody will receive such thing.
For those people
displaced. People are dying, and you take them. Sometimes the most baffling part of it is that sometimes you see those things expired. Nobody have used them. I've had the privilege of working for health, where I administer OPV, vaccine, tetanus toxoid, and all that. I've worked in that system for a long time. Those who know me knows. I've worked, some of my friends knows, more than 10, 15 years. I have so many experience in that angle. Most of those drugs that comes on the sponsorship of World Health Organization and
USAID
and UNICEF.
Yeah.
UNICEF, okay, yeah.
Understand? Now, but there's a law. There's what we call Joestar. One of those coolers we use in putting those vaccines, because those vaccines does not survive in a hot environment. Now, the law does not allow anybody to have that Joestar in the one that has somehow ash color and dark cover, like cooler. There's one called Joestar, there's one called Kit Polo bag and all that. The law does not allow you to have it. But I see people go to farm with those things. Some health workers and nobody's
asking question.
You see, in a sinner crime, it's a government property.
Yeah.
Understand? Once police see you with that thing, you're not on duty, you should be arrested. I can tell you here, I've seen health workers go with vaccine, tetanus toxoid, vaccine TT. They go, and some of them sell it.
Free vaccines, they sell it.
You understand? And this is not coming.
And we see one USA to bring their this thing to give countries sending us
for
money.
me, it's not about bringing. It's about credibility when the things come.
Management.
Those who should get it should have it. You in health, there's what we call in that system. There's what we call useful wastage when you give an adult who is not supposed to receive useful wastage and all that. Very someone will give OPV vaccine and all that. But let's see these things. Even those who work, I can tell you vividly as I'm speaking. Sometimes we go to field to work. Those who are coming to vaccinate people, vaccinators, as we are called then, those who are coming to vaccinate people, don't even do the job. They go out with OPV, they waste it, do their tally sheet and all that, and come back with not.
They will not go out
and falsified results.
Falsified results.
Understand? So, there's this thing. When I say people who say Kings is just, there's this about a black person. I don't understand how we think
in Africa.
Yes,
and
especially Nigeria.
I saw NDDC palliative, Indomie, salt, rice being transported into another vehicle to someone's shop in this Port Harcourt here. NDDC palliative.
No, let's move on to the last story because we have less time here. A youth activist, Walter Akani, condemned the chairman of Obiakpo local government area, Chijoke Nwo, for allegedly involving himself in leadership of community development committees, CDC, and youth bodies within local communities. Akani, in an interview with Today FM's Zog, emphasized that the chairman should prioritize providing essential amenities and infrastructure for the local government area instead of fostering division among youth groups. Akani warned that if the council chairman continues his alleged interference, it could jeopardize the prospect of Governor Siminalayi Fubara in the upcoming 2027 election in Obiakpo. He also highlighted that the chairman's failure to carry the executive of National Youth Council of Nigeria, NYCN, Obiakpo chapter along contributed to the resignation of several youth members. In response to these allegations, the media department of the council dismissed Akani's claim as baseless, asserting that the council boss does not involved in the setting up of leadership structure of youth groups in communities. Should we call this alleged setting up of youth group? I will start with you for now. Can we call it structure? Because the idea about community development committee is to affect directly with the people, and most times it's being formed by traditional rulers within a particular environment. For youth groups, it should be formed by election of the youth bodies themselves so that they can actually help their community directly. Should we see local government chairman involved in the setting up of this leadership?
I think the only time the local government chairman should come in is when there's crisis. That's when the local government chairman should come in. So the question is, all these places where he's interfering,
allegedly,
are there crisis in these areas? Whether it's political structure, definitely everything in Rivers State is politics. Every single thing is politics. So definitely, if like they are alleged that he's trying to, change leadership structures in different communities, definitely we know it's political. But like someone said, he needs to be very careful so he does not jeopardize, the chances of the governor in the coming elections. Because sometimes the people may love the governor, but the other person in power. The people may not love him. So some persons in power may be jeopardizing, the chances of the governor. So you see them going, against what the governor, wants to do. So the only time the chairman, I believe, should come in is when there's crisis. That's when he should come in.
Okay, and Kerry, this will be simple in 2-3 minutes.
No, in 2-3 minutes. I want
to ask you a question. And do you think that there's too many baggage now for the Obiakpor local government chairman? We have issue of the POS.
That's what I want to talk of.
We had another issue of alleged claim that he is involved allegedly in land grabbing situation.
Yes.
Where he has actually denied. We have a lot of issues concerning around the local
Mr. Chairman,
government.
but cheer us where we don't need all these things. See, if I have said, if there's issue in the community, listen, you can now step in, but for you to go and start building structure, you are not here to build structure. You have to, you might not stay the chairmanship position. It's not 3 years. After 6 years, you go. And let me even point to the chairman one thing. Let me give him a job to do. Mr. Chairman, the CDT chairman of Rumo Dumaya community set up his own POS collecting task force.
Wow.
I can challenge him.
Thank you for that information.
Yes, so
I will reach out.
Yes, so the CDC chairman of Rumo Dumaya set up his own POS. Do you know he told the POS guys that if they are paying to the local government, they must pay also to the community. Set up his own his own task force to pay revenue.
Is the leadership that is what he has set. That's the standard the local government chairman.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine the shenanigans? Can you imagine the rascality by people put in position of authority? So, Mr. Chairman, we don't ask you to go and start doing this one. You ask you to cheer also. If you cannot cheer, stand up from the chair.
I don't know how we can beg you. Look at what Farga chairman is doing. You should take a cue.
Take a cue
for that.
Look at a CDC chairman setting up his own revenue committee to collect revenue from POS. Since they are paying, look, do you know what to do? He told them 500 naira every week, or it's 5,000 every month. Can you imagine? 500 naira every week. They pay 500 naira.
I think that's criminal.
Every week.
No,
to the CDC chairman of Rumo Dumaya committee. I can describe him. He's a dark guy. He like them white. I know where services.
Let me come to you. Why I actually was laughing as I was talking about laughing. By privilege of Greece, I also have to be the PRO in my community as a CDC PRO in my community.
Yeah.
I know how these things work. Though sometimes I cannot actually tell you now that I've also read some local government law concerning most of these things.
Yeah.
But the thing is this. I don't think the chairman has the right to consider any CDC. It is the office of the paramount ruler.
Okay.
By Ikure language, Nyewale. Okay. Now, for those who don't understand,
But he denied though.
Let me just go back some part of the history. Those days we don't have what is called CDC. What we have was Nyewale, which is the paramount ruler. He now has what is called the high chief. Among the chiefs, who is like the head of the chiefs, who do this errand job and all that. But why things people are coming up and all that, so it gets to the level where we have now a community development committee chairman, like the position of CDC, and also have the youth body and all that. The youth is accountable to the CDC is accountable to the chiefs and Nyewale. Yes. So I don't think the chairman has that right to do that. One, who has that right, the Nyewale and the chiefs, Oha in council, in some place they call them Oha, which is the stepfather and his council, which is his subordinate. There's some place they say Oha and chief, which is the stepfather and the chiefs have the right to say we are conducting an election for CDC, or we are appointing. In some client they say we are appointing based on good conduct and character.
Yeah.
We can appoint you. The parliament can decide I'm working with this person because of his good conduct. You'll be with me for the next 5, 7, 8 years. Even when the committee is clamoring, say this person I've trusted and I want to work with him and all that. But that is it. So the power lies with anyone and all that. So for the chairman or allegedly coming in to set up a CDC or destroy a system or to by any means interfere with the CDC system is actually wrong. I actually have not read the local government law act concerning those things and all that. I don't think there's any. If there's any, somebody should help us also. But the thing is this. In River State, just like everyone else, everything is politics. We are building structure. Want to be even in our kitchen. They want to be the structure.
Kitchen structure.
Yeah. It's normal. I want to be the structure. So allegedly, like as we are saying, there was an allegation against the chairman also. Where we saw a video in a site where chairman was there. People are planting somebody for revenue or something. We saw a video where somebody was taking a video from upstairs in a building.
Yeah, I think I saw that video.
Or not that. So
it was
this
online,
this is not
online.
what we want to see
from the
in
local
a
government
state
chairman
like River State. Okay, so for me, I think the chairman, when you're making that press statement, not just about press statement, also in art, let's see it. Like we are hearing now, allegedly, let's say also so that the Romo Domaya CDC chairman is
collecting POS.
It's not allegedly.
Because it's happening because we have seen the chairman set up POS committee to collect POS levy from POS people.
We have run out of time. We have run out of time. I think it's crazy. The chairman just needs to look inwards to see how, because the controversy is getting out of hand. Thank you very much, Ifeanyi, for joining us today. Thank you, Kerry, and of course, Kingsley. We'll say definitely Big Soul make a return next week. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM with Rocket, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people. What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM with Rocket, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Think about the generations and to say we want to make it a better place for our children and our children's children, so that they know it's a better world for them and think they can make it a better place.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place is much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong, it only cares for joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this bliss we cannot feel. There are dreams, stop existing and start living. Then it feels that always love's enough for us growing. Make a better world. Make a better world. Heal the world. Make it a better
Place. Okay, I cannot go any Sunday without doing this song as it's playing. Welcome to Doctors in the house on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Today is Sunday, February 23rd, and it's a beautiful Sunday evening. I hope you've been having a fantastic week. The weekend is wrapped up. Okay, time for work. Oh my goodness, I don't even want to come to the new week myself. I wish we could just stay and, continue having fun. That's if you're having fun. Well, this evening is packed of information, education, entertainment for you. We're beginning with doctors in the house. I have my doctor in the studio already, and we're going to dive into a conversation that we started with last week. But because of the network glitch, we couldn't quite complete it or even have a reasonable conversation. So the doctor had to make it up to you today, and I'm glad he did. He's here in the studio. Afterwards, would have cruise control, the team. Some of them are already here in the building. We will talk about something important as a young person that you should take seriously. Afterwards, Sunday family special. Packed. Another interesting conversation. So you don't want to miss anything on this dial this evening. All you need to do is stay right here whilst you're working, whilst you're doing whatever you're doing. Just keep listening to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. I am Queen Chima. Welcome to Doctors in the House. Better place for you and for me. Absolutely. All right. The Doctors in the House is a program that is geared towards making you understand the importance of your health. Your health is important. They say health is wealth. And the reason you're here on earth is because you can be strong, or you're strong to keep up. And so it's an overall well-being, especially with staying strong for yourself. So today, just from last week, we're going to be discussing bipolar affective disorder. And I have in the studio Dr. Swanu Nwidum. Good evening, Dr. Swanu. Good to have you in the studio.
Thank you, Queen.
Okay. I had to take a breath.
Yeah,
deep breath. Welcome. Sorry about last week. Last week was a lot for you, and you tried to have the conversation, but the network was terrible.
Yeah.
I was having a meeting with someone yesterday online, and the network was
something else.
It was frustrating. That's the word. But it's good to have you here. Last week, we started discussing this, but it didn't seem like the listener quite got a lot of things. So we're starting afresh.
Let's start afresh.
Yes.
It'll be better that way.
Absolutely. Bipolar affective disorder. What does this mean?
So, like what we talked about last time, we said bipolar affective disorder. It's a chronic condition that encompasses episodes of mania, hypomania, alternating with depression. So we have three things here. We have mania, we have hypomania, and then we have depression.
Okay.
So that's what bipolar affective disorder entails.
Okay. So one would be expecting that if you say bipolar affective disorder, you just go ahead to start giving the definition. But you're saying that it consists of mania, hypomania, and depression. So you're saying that anytime someone is diagnosed of bipolar affective disorder, these three, what do I call them? So the elements?
So these are the three things that come like composites of a bipolar affective disorder. So we are saying that for someone to have bipolar affective disorder, he must have had experiences that on a longer duration of time, like chronically, something to do with mania, hypomania, and then depression. So
it must be these three.
It must be these three.
If it's not, it's not bipolar affective disorder.
Then it's not it.
So is it possible that one could have mania at a time?
Yeah.
Have hypomania some other time, maybe depression.
Yes.
Separately.
So, separately. But there's a time to these things, and when we progress in the conversation, we'll talk about what characterizes mania, and then what characterizes hypomania, and then what characterizes
I was going to ask you what characterizes depression. I was going to ask you, when you said we have this conversation, why do you think it was necessary? Because I'm guessing that this is a mental health conversation.
So that's what.
Am I guessing? No, that's what it is.
That's what it is. That's what it is. So, I wanted to say it as an introductory statement that in this part of the world, mental health is relegated to the background. In fact, you'd see that a lot of health intervention, health programs, health discussions, none ever encompasses or includes mental health. And then, honestly, if we want to be realistic with us, mental health is around us. Look at all the bridges in Port Harcourt. Look at all the streets. You see one or two person who have lost touch with mental health out there, who could be helped, whose condition could have been prevented, whose condition could have been early diagnosed and properly managed. And then there are others too who are also on the line waiting to have the same fate, because mental health is usually less discussed and less talked about.
So I saw a video, before we continue, right? I saw a video where a woman was, I don't know what to call it, but I'll just give the symptoms now. She was sad, she would barely eat, she was talking to her husband, right? Because he was there for her and all. And she was always sad. She was not associating with people. She had lost sight of her social life was gone. And I got to find out that she lost her child. And it's been 4 years after the death of the child. Does that in any way, is that here? Is it depression? Is it hypomania? Is it mania? Or is it bipolar affective disorder?
For that, you said 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years.
Post a traumatic event. Remember, when we discuss this further, we'll talk about the risk factor or the etiology. So one of the major outstanding etiology is traumatic life events. Traumatic life events, as these, like in this case, could predispose one to this. For that woman, she is in the phase of major depressive disorder, which is the phase that you're withdrawn, very sad to the point that people around you notice that you're sad. And another thing that marks depression is anhedonia, which is loss of interest in the things you usually
used to do before,
not just love doing before. So these are things that could
okay. So let's start with the, did you say etiology?
Yeah, etiology. Yes, possibly cause.
Let's begin with that.
Okay. So we
are looking at the etiology of bipolar affective disorder.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, we can't lay our hands ideally that this is the cause. Just like we'd say in malaria that mosquito bites that is contaminated with falciparum, all of these protozoans is the cause of malaria. We cannot say for bipolar affective disorder this is it. But research work have proven that it's an interaction between genetic factors, environmental factors, and neurochemicals that are in control of the mood. Remember, what marks bipolar affective disorder is mood. So the mood of these persons has been distorted. So the interaction between these three things predisposes one to bipolar affective disorder. It has been discussed that genetic predisposition is there in bipolar affective disorder, as it is in other major mental health disorders like schizophrenia and the rest of them. Now, but when there is this predisposition of genetic predisposition, and then there is unfolding of environmental factors, like for instance traumatic events as maybe love of love and loss of loved one,
Yeah.
and that, or maybe child abuse,
Mm.
or maybe physical or sexual abuse,
Okay.
or emotional abuse. These are the things that can, traumatic events like this are things that can predispose one with the existing hereditary risk factor
Yeah.
to this. And sadly, I know somebody too,
Mm.
who a young lady who lost her dad, and she had a bipolar affective disorder. So it
she was showing all the mania, hypomania, and depression.
So actually, she was tilting between the hypomanic phase and depression.
Okay.
That was where she was hanging between the time we talked, and it was so classical to me. And I was like, I knew her through someone, and I was like, have you observed this person? There are certain things going on.
Yeah.
So I had to confront her and ask her, do you know about this? And she was like, yes, I do, and for her, she's getting proper attention.
Okay. Oh, so I was going to ask, because there's something you mentioned that caught my attention, and that's mood. You said mood.
Yeah.
How important is someone's mood to their health?
Yeah, definitely. So, like what we are going to talk about, Ella, is one of the risk factors or the things that play role in bipolar affective disorder, which is the hormones that control mood, like the dopamine and serotonin. These hormones, they must be in the right proportion and work properly for you to be in a good mood.
Okay.
For instance, when there is decreased production of dopamine, which is the hormone for excitement, it affects you, your mood. And then serotonin, which is an inhibitory hormone, if it's produced excessively, your mood saddens.
Okay.
So that's why one of the drug for management of major depressive disorders, like mood stabilizers and what do you call it, selective serotonin receptor inhibitors.
Okay.
These drugs prevents the production of excess serotonin, because this would cause depression, would reduce the mood. So this condition is hallmarked by your mood.
Now that we've talked about the etiology, which you mentioned, genetic factor, environmental, neurochemicals.
Yeah.
Have you exhausted? Did you talk about neurochemicals?
Yeah. Okay, so that's the ones you mentioned, serotonin and dopamine. So they are the neurochemicals involved.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I asked a good question then, the mood question.
Yes, you
All right.
did.
So, but if this is the etiology, because you said you cannot really, nothing can be really or absolutely placed on why this happens, but these are the possible. So what are the risk factors? Because I know that we have talked about, post-traumatic experiences. What are the risk factors for this bipolar affective disorder?
So just like we've said, the etiology also stands as the risk factor.
Risk factors,
Yes,
oh.
they do, because that's what puts you at risk. So if you have genetic predisposition, someone in the family may have gone through this before,
Okay.
you have the possibility of going through it, and then that is on the line, and then you now develop or have other interactions, which
Okay.
is maybe you take something that distorts your mood, or you go through an event that also disturbs your mental health, with the already background genetic problem, puts you at risk of developing this.
And this is like in the environmental space.
Yes.
So can we go through this mania, hypomania, and depression, how it progresses
Definitely.
exactly?
Definitely.
Does it begin with mania and gets to hypo before depression?
So it doesn't go through any of these triads, like
Oh.
you would say, like one to the next or the other. However, mania usually comes first.
Okay.
Mania usually comes first before depression.
And what's mania?
So mania, we are talking about, when we talk about mania, we are talking about excitement in mood. Excitement in mood, or hyperactivity that lasts for a period of time, usually at least 7 days, that would require hospital admission.
You say excitement. Is it
Yes.
not good to be excited?
So not this excitement of the admission. So the excitement we are talking about, or I'll put it in the better word, irritation.
Okay.
So you're overly excited
Yeah.
to irritation. So let's put it that way. That irritable mood,
Okay.
irritable mood that is characterized by increased activity and that usually lasts for 7 days or more, and that would require hospital admission. So
that irritable activity, what does it look like exactly?
Okay, so when someone is irritable, anything steps on the toes of this person. But if you want us to follow the direct guidelines, which is what we should use in discussing this, the guidelines tells us about the fact that there must be an inflated self-esteem, what we call an aura of grandiosity.
Okay.
So the person feels grandiose. For instance, someone who lives in the village feels as if him and Buhari had a meeting yesterday, and then, in fact, he can tell Tinubu to turn down his activities today. Feeling that he is in power and can talk about things the way he wants them done. And then there's a decreased need for sleep. So the person is hyperactive. You should sleep. When it's time for sleep, this person does not feel sleep. So he's hyperactive. Then there is an urge to talk more than the usual.
Normal.
So the person becomes a talkative. And then there are flights of ideas. What flights of ideas mean is that I am thinking, okay, today I want to buy yam. In middle of the talk of buying yam, yesterday I did not buy. So too many thoughts comes in at the same time. Now, these thoughts, ideas, this flight of ideas, it's not secondary to substance use. So it's not because you've taken something that is a stimulant.
Stimulating,
that has made you start feeling these ideas, thought of ideas, or flights of ideas are just there because you're experiencing a manic phase. And then there is increased distractibility, like you cannot put your focus on something. You're distracted easily by so many things. And these also, there is an increased risk of self-harm. Most of those who they get themselves involved in activity that could harm themselves. For instance, especially with the ladies that are undergo mania, they may get themselves in all manner of sexual activities. And so these are the characteristics of mania. So you need 3 of these things I've mentioned
to prove that it's mania.
You need 3 of those symptoms that would happen for 7 days to prove that someone is having mania. For that mania.
How about hypomania?
The same thing, but a shorter duration of days, 4 days. Now the other one was 7 days, or requires hospital admission, because somebody will not sleep for 3 days straight, you'll be worried. Someone not sleeping for 3 days, definitely you'd want to take the person to the hospital. So either this thing is persisting for 7 days, or the person is admitted because it's no longer normal. Then that's hypomania. But for depression, for us to make it a major depressive disorder, this one, we are saying that the person feels any of these symptoms I want to mention for at least 2 weeks period. So one of these is that the person feels moody. This moody is not the one he's telling you I'm moody. The one you can tell by virtue of observing him. So the moodiness, other persons can tell that he is moody. And then we also mentioned it earlier, anhedonia, loss of interest in things that he usually loves to do before this time. So I met a pastor during my posting in in psychiatry. And then he was a very active man, a pastor, but he was going through bipolar affective disorder. As at the time we met him, he was in the depressive phase. You see him, he's not willing to talk. He's just there. And then the wife was like, this is not him. Before this time, he was talking, he used to talk more. So that was the manic phase. She does not know about that. And then when they brought him to the hospital, he was in the depressive phase. So another thing that marks this is this serious loss of weight. So weight loss. Why is there weight loss? It's secondary to the fact that there is decreased appetite. So there is weight loss as another symptom, or there is insomnia. So there's insomnia, meaning that someone does not fall asleep. So agitation. So agitation, and then fatigue. So these feelings, like feeling of worthlessness. So these things are the things that is seen in depression. So if you get these symptoms, at least 5 of them, for a period of 2 weeks,
Then the possibility that
we
you
can make
have
a diagnosis of
bipolar.
No, we can make a diagnosis of major depressive disorder.
Major depressive.
Now, but bipolar, like the name,
Affective.
affective disorder, is divided into two.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes, it is divided majorly into two.
Okay.
But there are other subgroups of the division. So first we have bipolar affective disorder 1. We have bipolar affective disorder 2. We have cyclothymic disorder. We have
what?
cyclothymic
Okay.
disorder. And then we have specified bipolar disorder. So now for the bipolar disorder 1. So this person must have had an episode of mania.
Okay.
Followed. Either the person is having it currently or have had before. But this episode is followed by either hypomania or major depressive disorder.
Okay.
So that's bipolar 1.
Okay.
Like in the case of the example I told you about in the hospital. He
Yeah.
had a manic phase but presented in the depressive phase.
Yeah.
So that is bipolar 1. For bipolar 2, the person meets the requirements for hypomania. So the person has had an episode of hypomania before or is currently having an episode of hypomania currently and depression. So
Okay.
that's for bipolar affective disorder 2.
2.
Now, for cyclothymic disorder, it is the symptoms does not meet the requirements for diagnosis of hypomania nor major depressive disorder. So it does not meet that. For instance, now for hypomania, it does not meet the 3 requirements out of the 5 for the
Okay.
4 days. Maybe
Okay.
you get like 2, maybe it's not up to 4 days.
Okay.
So those ones fall under cyclothymic disorder. Now there are others that they don't meet any of the criteria for any of them.
Okay.
But they share symptoms similar to this. Those ones fall under the specific bipolar related disorders.
Well,
So
you know, before we move on, right? Because I'd really like to find out how dangerous this is to someone.
okay.
But there's a question in my head, and it's, you know, when you talk about sickness or ill health, and you say, "Oh, I had a cut, I had an injury, I'm running temperature," some of these things that you can literally feel. You know, maybe when you touch the person or the person shows you the scar, you know, and the person can feel the pain. It's a little physical or tangible. And then when you talk about mental health, it's like it's intangible. Maybe you cannot feel pain or something. So one might just be wondering, which is most dangerous? I don't know if you understand this question, right?
So in terms of mental health, in
Yes.
comparison to other
Yes,
form of health.
yes.
So let me tell you something. I think what health discusses health. So be a man for you to be healthy, you must be a general well-being in all ramifications of your life, and one of them includes mental health.
Mental health.
Now, mental health for me supersedes every other form of health.
Okay. For
Because-
you?
Yes. And it should be for everyone.
Okay.
Why? It takes someone who is conscious that and sane to know he's ill. So if you lose sanity, you can't tell for every other thing that happens to you.
Okay.
So I could still be insane and have malaria and I'm not present to the hospital.
Okay.
And I lose my sanity and then I'm having diabetes and cannot present
So
to
it
the
takes
hospital.
away level of consciousness, which is dangerous.
That's the point.
Okay.
So you can't help yourself. Every other sane person who is ill have a
Can.
choice to make. I can do this, I cannot. But someone who has lost sanity, he cannot make a choice. That's the most bad. That's the most dreaded.
Okay. So how dangerous is bipolar affective disorder?
So you've heard of suicide before. Now, especially those who progress to the depressive phase, almost always, the statistics says almost 70% of them commit suicide.
70%.
70. So for those who progresses
To the depressive
to
stage.
the depressive phase. So for instance, you have bipolar affective disorder 1 and you progress to the depressive phase. So long as you're there, the chances of coming out alive slimmer. And it's more slim when the person is undiagnosed.
So you do have people who are moving around with bipolar affective disorder and they don't know.
Definitely. Now, for instance, there may people that you may see people that they are going about their normal day activity as if they were every other normal person.
Okay.
But at some point, they just lose touch of everything.
Okay.
So slightly last year, someone I know experienced similar symptoms, and then he also went through a problem. His dad, he lost his father, and he was only son. And then there were lots of family issues then.
Okay.
It was quite hectic for him. And then, boom, out of nowhere, symptoms started persisting. And then if we had not swiftly intervened to help him, maybe he would be on the streets by now.
You know, we'll talk about your intervention. I know you medical practitioners know exactly what to do. But are there certain things that this person can do that could quickly get them out of that mood? You know how maybe the person is experiencing is at the manic phase or the hypomanic phase, or maybe moving towards depression, but there are activities that they could have been involved in, and snatch them out of it this minute, and then the next minute they go back just like that, like it's like a continuous process.
Okay, so there are no maybe physical activities to do.
Okay.
However, there are.
I mean unconsciously, because now we are talking about the person who doesn't know, right? So it's like a long journey of bipolar affective disorder, but yet the person doesn't know because there's a snap. This minute the person is probably okay because the person is involved in one or two of these activities, and then the next minute they are back to that stage.
I think basically for people who are experiencing this, the only thing that could bring relief is getting proper medical attention.
Okay.
And that it's both involve medical management and what we call psychotherapy.
Oh,
psychotherapy is the most important part of therapy for those who go through mental disorder, especially the cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT. And that is not a medication. That is not.
But this is what a professional does.
Yes.
So what I'm asking is, if someone has bipolar affective disorder and is not aware, and probably goes clubbing or dancing or swimming, exercises like this, chatting with friends, traveling or something, does he have a way of, unconsciously reducing, so making the person safer?
Okay. So the thing is, maybe because you haven't seen a case of bipolar affective disorder.
Okay.
If you see,
they would not involve themselves
you would not
in
even
these
ask
things.
the person to even do any of these things.
Okay.
Because remember I told you, one of the things that these people engage themselves in high risk activities. And I tell you, it's common with the ladies. They offer themselves willingly for sex. So you want such a person to go partying?
You'll never come to mind.
So definitely, such activities, it's not in their own discretion to say as to be something they could consciously do to prevent downgrade the symptom, because they are not in the best shape of mind to even think of a remedy to the problem they have.
Okay, so we'll come to how you diagnose and how you help this person, but I'd like to open the phone lines first.
Sure.
All right. I've been talking to Dr. Swanu Umwidum. I think this is an interesting conversation because mental health should be talked about more often. The doctor had earlier stated that's not something we, emphasize on in this part of the world. Yeah, maybe we've made some progress, talk about it here and there, but not as much as we should. And when he told me about this topic, I was like, oh, okay, it was nice. Let's have it. All right. So, but if you have a question so far with the progression that we have made, I'd like that you call or send a text message. All right. This is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. I have been speaking with Dr. Swanu Umwidum. We've been talking bipolar affective disorder. It's been quite a number of conversation around it. You have a question, you have some clarification that you'd like to, ask or make. It would be nice to get to hear from you. Ask that question. Do you know about it? Is it the first time you're hearing about bipolar affective disorder? Have you ever been diagnosed? Did you get better? Have you passed through? So have you ever experienced mania, hypermania, depression? You want to share. It'll be good to hear from you, or any question at all. 0817 00951. 0810-951-0951. These are the numbers to call. For text or WhatsApp message, 0701-9339-962. For text or WhatsApp message, 0701-9339-962. Now, I think there's a message here already. The person says, good evening, please. Is multiple personality disorder or a kind of bipolar disorder? Did they get the question? Multiple
Yes, I
personality.
got the question. So, multiple personality disorder, it's not a subset of bipolar disorder. However, it falls under personality disorder. That is a different subject on its own, and something so broad that we need to look into as our discussion in
Yeah,
journey
because
of
you told me that we should be having a number of mental health conversations.
Definitely.
Is there a reason why you think we should do that? Well, you highlighted that when we started, that it's not always talked about.
Aside the fact, you could see that, like what I said to you, one of the things I consciously look out for it is that on all the streets in Port Harcourt, there is one person, two persons, three persons that have lost their mental sanity or mental health.
Okay.
Yeah. And then if you take a journey from here, just here, Choba Junction to Rumokoro, you do a head count, you get nothing less than 10. Nothing less than 10. So this
is not a village people's situation. It could have been averted.
Now, if you come to the hospital, I have seen people of this sort rehabilitated and then return back to normal life. In fact, I was opportune to watch someone who had an organic mental disorder and secondary to substance use, rehabilitated, and even had a job interview there in the hospital.
Oh,
passed the job interview, and we celebrated him there. It was really, really nice to see that. And this could be thing that could happen to other persons that are out there if they can get hold of these informations that mental health disorder is no spiritual problem.
Yeah,
bring this person to proper attention, and they will receive help, and they could be recuperated into the society.
All right. So even if this is not a hospital, right, and you're not going to be telling us what you do in the hospital, but when this person is brought to you, where do you begin from? And who is the specialist that attends to a bipolar affective disorder patient?
So, medicine is different. It's divided into genres. So the neuropsychiatrists, they are the specialists in mental health. And they take care of mental health and in its details. Remember too that, even pregnant women could go through what we call puerperal blues. You've heard of it before?
I have.
Yeah. And that's a mental health issue.
Well,
so
even the postpartum depression. Yeah,
postpartum depression.
Postpartum.
Yes. So that's what leads to the blues.
I hear that men go through postpartum depression too. Men, no, is it postpartum depression or
for men? For female. Postpartum is for female.
For males, they get depressed too.
They do, but in the postpartum depression, we're talking about depression unique to women that have put to birth.
Okay.
Either maybe because the second party in the pregnancy is not there. It's more common in teenage pregnancy too. Or people who go through very septic delivery. That in an sterile environment. So puerperal sepsis can lead to puerperal psychosis. Which we call puerperal blues. And they could still land there in the mental health facility.
All right, so we're talking about what your health professionals do.
So for these persons, when they come, depending on the phase and presentation, there could be people who may be very aggressive. Remember, we told you these people are irritable, so we'll try to address that properly, provide a state where we can get them more calm and stabilized. And then you'd love to see this happen, maybe in real person, so you could appreciate the gift that neuropsychiatrists possesses when they help relate with someone who you feel could
Yeah.
not relate. Because even these people you feel they've lost mental sanity could and definitely have conversations if well guided. And that's
Okay.
what the neuropsychiatrist does.
Okay. So it's but what's the duration to healing?
Now, it's not time bound to any specific duration.
Okay.
However, it ranges, especially because it's a chronic cause.
Okay.
So treatments usually take a period of time, maybe 6 months, maybe up to a
6
year,
months.
maybe 2 years, depending on the underlying condition.
Okay.
Depending on the underlying condition, and most importantly, adherence to medication.
Oh, okay.
And to other management strategies available to the patient.
So at this time, I'm thinking that the patient needs help, needs someone around or people around them to help assist them go through the phase.
Definitely, they can't care for themselves. They can feed themselves. They can clothe themselves because they are not in the best shape. For that reason, they need to be cared for, as every other patient who's ill in the world would require someone to help
To
them
care for them.
So that's just what it is.
Does this affect any other part of the body or maybe cause any other ailment?
So should I tell you something? When I mention organic mental disorder, you may have thought maybe it's only with what do you call it? Substances. No. Do you know that medical conditions like hypertension can cause psychosis? Yes. Mental disorders could erupt from hypertension. Even hypoglycemia, that is reduction in blood sugar level, can lead to irrational speeches, confusion, and may lead to psychosis too. So medical conditions can result in mental disorders. I've met a man who had fasting, one of these longer Christian fastings they do out there, and then he's diabetic. And then he was
diabetic.
He was diabetic,
and he was fasting.
And then he had hypoglycemia that triggered psychosis, and was brought in after losing his sanity. So it was very funny. But these are realities that happen here within us, and then could be averted if properly educated. So the essence of this program is to create awareness out there to people who are experiencing these symptoms.
Yeah.
It's not a death sentence. You're not cursed. You just need proper attention, proper care, and then you'll be back fully on your feet.
All right, there's a question here. It says, my name is Mani Ubani from Wibele 4. Please, what are the symptoms of hypomania and what are remedies?
Okay. So I wouldn't want to discuss remedies because we don't promote home treatments for mental health disorders.
Yeah.
Because in that case, these persons are not in the best shape to be adherent to the instructions needed.
Okay.
So my suggestion is, supposing any of the symptoms you're going to mention here tallies with things you're experiencing, present yourself to a neuropsychiatric facility. We have one doing very well here in UPTH, close to us. And then you get proper help. So when we talked about hypomania, we talked about things that the DCM-5 had told us that they are algorithms or things that we could put together to make this diagnosis. For hypomania, we are saying that this person would have this increased feeling of self-esteem. I'm a god. For instance, I met a guy there, and then he said his name was Jesus. In fact, he does not speak to you because he feels you're lowly.
Yeah.
So his sister, who is older than him, helps him to talk to, like, introduce him to others. You know, after he spent 3 days with us, he was now telling his fellow people around there who are patients in the wards to stop calling him Jesus, that he's not Jesus. So you get...
And that happened in 3 days. Wow.
Yes. So that's increased self-esteem, grandiosity. Feel you're up there, and then That's one of the symptoms. So if you're listening to us, that's one of the symptoms. Decreased need for sleep. You don't feel sleepy. You are up and active. I had a neighbor whom I should have referred to the hospital, but I don't know whether the lady will fight me. 2 a.m. is when she wants to play music and sweep the house. 2 a.m.
Every day.
Like, why would that be the case for somebody who is okay? She quarrels at everybody and acts very hyperactive. She met most of these criteria, but how best will I be able to reach out to her to help her?
You're a doctor. You should have told her. You were scared. Were you scared? Scared for your life.
Decreased need for sleep.
Okay.
And the increased compulsion to talk. So you always raise gists, even when there is no gist. There's always a need for you to talk. You must say something.
Okay.
So some days ago, before that Sunday when we were supposed to have this conversation, I was coming back and I met a man at his gate and he was talking to himself, but there was nobody conversing with him. And then he was like, do you know who I am? The time I was like this, and and I was like, God, I hope he's okay. Because it was quite out of the picture. So if you feel the need to talk more than you should talk, flight of ideas, like we've explained, a lot of thoughts coming in. You're not done with one thought. I want to buy pepper tomorrow. The clothes I bought is no. My grandmother said no. My wife, a lot of thoughts running in at the space of light. Then these are the things that you should look at for. And then increased risk activity, like what we talked about, especially sexual misconduct and indiscretion. A lot of exploitations and explorations out there may fall into this group. And so
it's important that if someone, you mentioned that women could pose, could show up with these a lot of times, especially when a woman just wants to offer you her body, just do whatever you want to do with it.
So it doesn't really stop at that too. For instance, foolish investments. So you do business deals that somebody. I know of a man that was told to us because of one of our classes. He brought almost all his money for a business he is not even aware of.
He's not done any research.
He just invested and then even went as far as borrowing money. This is a manager we talked about. He was at the phase of he could access money, but because he was undergoing this, and then the next thing is buying spray. Shopping spray, call it. Somebody, he's buying something, he does not need it. He's buying everything. Madam, you give me. You've not met these conditions.
It's funny, but it's not something to laugh about, really.
That's it.
So, I want us to, before we wrap up, right, I want us to talk about how someone can. I know we did mention the risk factors where you talked about genetics, environmental factors, neurochemicals and all, but is there something someone can do to, keep them checked as a person, normal human being, I don't know if there's anything like normal human being.
No,
keep you safe, right?
Okay, so like what we've said,
probably staying away from these.
So what we've said is that interaction with activities that can bring about things.
Okay.
So for instance, I know maybe someone in my family lineage had days. I'm giving an instance here. And you already know you have a risk factor for it.
Okay.
You avoid other things.
Okay.
For instance, you're going through a traumatic event. Get for help.
Talk to someone.
Talk to someone. Someone who can provide advice, not just talk to someone. Someone who can provide good advice, good suggestions. Don't say you can do it alone. All of this
Especially
motivational.
Men.
Especially men. Men buckle up a lot, and it's terrible. But the women create atmosphere for men to talk. Let's not go there.
Did you have to come to that part?
Okay, so
well, talk to your fellow man then.
Okay.
But I get
it.
Yeah.
So the point is out there. Please, when you're going through something, it's tough. Please speak up. Speak up to someone who can say something about it. If you can do this, you can avert this, because we are saying this thing. It's chronic, and events happen now. The effect does not come now. Years out there in future, you go through something traumatic. Talk about it. Get proper help. That help relieves you, takes you off the space from the risk factor. Then avoid things that could destabilize your mood. For instance, substance use.
Okay.
And substance use.
I thought it makes the mood, go.
That's what we're trying to say. If it makes the mood. We're trying to talk about that there's a discord.
Yeah.
An imbalance between the mood, excitement hormone, dopamine, and depressive hormone, serotonin. Once there's a discord between this, then there's a problem. If one is too elevated and one is not checked, then there's a problem. So most of the things people take out there is CNS stimulants and it makes dopamine up there, high surge. Over time, you increase the threshold and it might put you at risk if you already have other risk factors around. And you know, most people who go through traumatic events are those who try to get things to excite themselves. So there's a synergy between these things.
Absolutely. Oh, how about diet? Does diet help?
Yeah, diet. No, diet does something to the body. It gives you, may not be like a treatment though, but it puts you in a good shape. Dieting gives excitement. According to neuro physiology, it tells you that the excitement center is close to satiety center. So when you eat to satisfaction, your body naturally gets excited, and that's why they will tell a man or a woman who is smart, feed your husband and then bill him, because that time he's going to give you what you want. He has eaten, and then he's happy.
Exercises, does it help?
Exercises, they do, they really do. That they help burn down stress. Remember, stress could bring down someone, could put you in depression. So anything that keeps your body working makes the neurotransmitter in the body properly checked out. It's fine.
All right. Wow. I really like this conversation.
Yeah, you love it more as we go further.
All right. So I know that we would have
series of discussions of this
and
sort.
I pray that your time permits us to.
Schedule has been a bit tight.
Yeah, it
fine.
has. I just hope that it does permit us to keep having the conversation, but I'm sure we would no matter what. So I've been talking to Dr. Swanu Nwidum. We've been discussing bipolar affective disorder, and if you've been following the conversation, I know you've asked some questions and he's giving responses to it, but he talked about how it's a component of mania, hypomania, depression. He also had mentioned the symptoms that follow with these. Looked at the risk factors and basically how important your mental health is to your body. And then he was just wrapping up with things that you can do to keep alive, as a human being. Talked about exercise, staying away from harmful substances, talking, especially when you're burdened. Men, talk to someone. Talk to someone, your guy. Dr. Swanu, someone said to me that he lost the contract and then that period, some of the components for his contracts got burnt and all. It was a terrible time for him. And so he said he just called someone, a man, and said, I need to see you. We need to talk. We don't need to talk. I just need to see you. And so they went out, right, together. And the man was just taking him all around. The man knew about the situation. They did not even necessarily talk about the situation. You know how you men do these things. But, they just had fun, went out, and he started talking to him about life generally. And he said he felt better. And I said, that was really good. Opening up to someone when you're going through tough periods is important so you don't get drowned in that space. And so all of this has been talked about. And we intend to continue a series of mental health conversation. You don't want to miss any of it here on Today 95.1 FM. Doctors in the House, Sunday evenings, 7 to 8 p.m. Dr. Swanu, what are your parting shots before we wrap up?
So, like I say,
your doctor's message.
So, like I say, mental health is the most important form of health, because if you're mentally sane, you can care for every other thing. So, protect your mental health by avoiding things that put you at risk. And if you already have risk factor, curtail your exposure to things that could make you go down the drain. And then if you're already there, reach out for help. Get to a better facility that could help you. And if this is done, you'll be up and running in less than no time.
Up and running in less than no time. Thank you so much, Dr. Swanu Nwidum. I look forward to those conversations that we would have, and I'm sure the listener also looks forward to it. Thank you for coming to the studio despite your busy schedule and long day. Appreciate. All right, that's it on Doctors in the House today. Thank you for your messages. No call, but I got your messages, and I'm sure that the responses were quite satisfactory. Thank you for tuning in. Cruise Control is up next. Here, young people talking about things that concern them. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Taking my foot off the gas. promise till the end. Yeah, I promise till the end. I'll never run, leave you behind. I'll never hurt you like he hurt you. I'll never say goodbye. I'll treat you right. I'll stand by you. And no matter whatever happens, I'll never not love you. I'll never not love you. Unto the land that was laid for me, I bring in good tidings and pleasantries. Unto the King whose eyes don't sleep, amazing and beautiful. Unto him who never knew nor sin, clothed I in glory and majesty, we are sons and daughters, crown you king, you are amazing, you are beautiful, you are amazing, you are beautiful. Son of the Most High, born in a manger. Despite who you are, you chose to come like a baby, and you cried. Immortality, divinity became humanity. Unto him who never, never, never knew no sin, clothed in glory and majesty. We your sons and daughters, we crown you King of Kings. You are amazing. You are beautiful. You are amazing. Yes, you are. You are beautiful. Beautiful, wonderful. Point of correction. This God is amazing, and he can be compared to any name, any man. No one can do what he does. He came down as a baby boy and died for us all. Unto him who never you know that I in glory are just we are sons and daughters, we crown you king. You're amazing. You are beautiful. You're amazing. You are wonderful. Pretty baby, innocent child. The stars and the angels tremble at the sight. Mary's little boy, you're savior of the world. You are the Almighty, yet you came in the form of a helpless human baby. Yeah. Unto him who never knew no sin, you were clothed in high majesty. We're your sons and daughters, we crown you king. You are amazing, amazing, amazing. You are beautiful. You are amazing.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Cruise Control. Cruise Control, a program for young people creating a platform for them to connect, share ideas and experiences, promote each other, and showcase their uniqueness to the world. So much fun lies here. Catch the Cruise Control train every Sunday at 7 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM. Cruise Control.
All right, Cruise Control on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Yep, I told you, after the health show, Doctors in the House is Cruise Control, and here we are. We're going to have a good time with young people. Just like these young people, they are not smiling. The people sitting here, no one is smiling. No, joy is coming. All right, I'm Queen Chima, and this is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Welcome to Cruise Control. Hope you've been having a great week. I'd ask you that always, all the time, because it matters to me. Because I think if you've not had a good week, you will not be listening to me. You just see, what's this girl saying? Epic. But if you're having a good time, you could just listen to music if you want to listen to the conversation and enjoy the day. So thank you for staying right there, and let's have a good time talking to young people talking about things that concern or matter to them. I have a guy in the studio. He's the only man standing today, but he's safe. I know in reality, we're going to talk about this, by the way, but he's the only man standing, and he's strong. I know he has capacity to withstand the pressure that comes from women if they are giving any. Hi, Williams. They say ladies first, but let's begin with you. Let's just break that protocol a little. Is it okay to break it?
Okay.
Is it okay to break it?
Yes,
Hi, Williams. How are you doing?
You should have shown me Mercy since I'm the only guy.
I should have shown you what?
Mercy.
Mercy.
To go last.
Why?
Since I'm the only guy.
Because you're the only guy. I want you to start first.
To
No?
pamper me small.
Pamper. I thought, do guys need pampering?
I don't understand.
Do you need pampering?
Hey,
Is it something that is normal? It's sometimes
guys need help.
No, he's accepting now, right? Because when women are trying to tell men, take it easy on yourself, they don't even want to, right? So he said sometimes, so we accept. Sometimes men need pampering, not all the time.
Not all the time.
What if it happens all the time? What's going to go
It's
wrong?
okay. We need hair. Pamper us.
Pamper.
Go
Good to have you. It's been a while, actually. You haven't been here for as long as I can remember.
For 2 weeks.
Is it 2 weeks? It's been more than 2 weeks.
No, but not more than 3 weeks.
Good to have you back, Williams.
Thank you very much.
All right, there's Vivian. Vivian.
Hi, guys.
Really? Come close to the mic. How are you doing?
I've been good.
How's your week been?
Not so bad.
But bad?
Not at all. So
because when you say not so bad,
not so bad,
it means
because there are also some kind of financial challenges still. So that's not been all rosy.
All right, financial challenges. Okay.
Yes, so
so how much? What's the amount that when you get now I mean, now it's going to make you smile.
Once I just see any credit alert, I don't care about the amount. Let me just see credit and I will smile.
Credit.
Let me just see credit.
Credit alert.
Yes.
What if it's not credit alert?
It should just be credit alert, then I'll just smile.
What if it's not credit alert now?
I don't need any other message again. No, aside credit alert.
What if it's cash? What if it's cash alert? What if it's cash alert?
Are you being serious?
You don't want to take?
Why not? It's money now.
Or should I keep it back?
Thank you.
I just gave her a cash alert.
Yes.
Did that make you smile?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Wow. Amazing. How money can just change your mood.
Yes.
You know, when you just hear pim 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 pim, you're up. All right, good to have you, Vivian.
Yeah,
good to have you join us this week. Rona babe. High five.
Hi.
My personal person. How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm good.
How's the week been for you?
Weekend was quite boring.
Boring? Tell me about it.
I was after church. I was home.
Mm.
No outing. It was just I slept off.
You like outing.
I like being outside, please.
You like being outside. We're sad.
I like being outside. But aside that, I'm good and I'm ready for the new week. So.
Yeah, I think it's going to come with a lot of goodness. I sometimes they say it doesn't come with it. You have to give it what you want it to give to you. But I don't think you cannot prepare your mind for goodness, right? You just open your mind that good things are going to happen to me this week, and I am open to them, and I think they would happen.
Very much.
All right, so how has my week been?
Aside work.
That's a good question. That is a good question. I work, I work. I work and I also work. I work and work and work. It's been good. So I'm not like the outside person like Rona. But when I get to go out, I have fun.
Out.
I go all out for it. But I have a good time in my house. So I can just stay and I'm watching an interview. I like to watch interviews a lot. I can be watching an interview or watching a movie. But these days, I used to say I'm a movie person, but I found I'm not really a movie person because I watch more interviews than I watch movies. So I watch interview, I read, maybe watch skits, go on maybe in your not TikTok, maybe Facebook or Instagram and just swipe, enjoy people's content, leave that space. Stay and think. Oh, I cook. And now discover that I like to cook.
Wow.
Now.
New
talent
or not?
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
So I'm always, I'm trying to fix something. I'll just try my best, right? Or what? Or I'm cleaning.
You're just doing something.
We're doing something. Right, so the week was a little stressful. There was a lot to do, but here we are, and I fear that the world is getting too busy.
It is.
Like there's always, can we not?
Sometimes it feels like 24 hours not even enough.
Right?
You want to do.
I thought I was
I was telling someone,
especially when you are busy.
Yeah, I was like, if there's a way we can buy someone, you have 24 hours, and I buy 5 hours from you. To mine.
But the thing is, what would you do with that 5 hours that you buy? That's a good question, because would you spend it scrolling through social media or just doing, not structured, something structured? Because you know how they tell you need to structure your time, put a structure around the things that you do. I'm going to do this at this time. I'm going to do this at this time. That's the path to success.
Keys.
Right? The keys, 7 keys, right? So if you buy 5 hours from another person, how would you even maximize it? Do you think you would? Because there are people who have the same 24 hours and they think that it's okay. They are doing good. Don't you think so?
See, sometimes I feel like when you are busy, that's when you feel like 24 hours is not enough.
Yes.
But when you're idle, 24 hours seems so long because you're not doing anything. But when you're busy, you feel like. But I think when you structure your time and do your to-do list and write the things you want to do and you follow through with it, you see that 24 hours.
That thing works like magic. It works.
Yeah.
So I think most of the days in last week, I woke up with what am I going to do today, and I just picked up my phone. I'll do this. I'll do this today. I'll do this. I'll do this. And then I think midday, I'm already looking at, I've done this. And you just notice that at the end of the day, you feel so good. It might not be so much, right? But you're excited. You're happy that you've done all of this. And you know what that does for you too when you outline these things. It gives you a sense of responsibility. You know that you're going to have to do something, right? I have something I have to do. But if you just say, I will, you end up not doing anything. So you probably do the ones you know that if you don't do, you probably be surcharged. Because I don't come to work. I have to come to work. Or maybe you have, but there are certain things, tasks that you just know, I have to write this down and it will help me do them well. So one of it last week was, I was supposed to call a number of people and the previous week they had given me that task and I failed at it. So one of those days I said I will call these people and I wrote it and I called them and I was so happy. You called them? Yeah, I did. It's fun, right? But you still have like a lot of things dragging your attention as a young person. There's social media. Let's talk about it. That's the main thing
distracting a lot of us.
Major distraction.
Vivian, should I expose you on the air? But let's leave that part. But how do you manage it actually? How do you manage social media?
Sometimes you don't even manage it enough because you tell yourself that, okay, I'm not going to spend, let me just watch this video quickly and get back to what I want to do. Before you know, you are on that video or on that
2
app,
hours.
2 hours. And you've not even done the things you said you want to do. Or you'll be like, let me just watch this interview and then I'll go back to the book I was reading. Before you know it, you're on that app for 4 hours. You eventually not read that book again. So I think the conscious struggle, it's a struggle to always tell yourself.
And it's so entertaining being online. Goodness, what are you saying?
You don't know.
It's so enticing.
You're watching one and then you're seeing another one and then you just keep going on.
And Nigerian content creators are so
they are
good.
Please give it to them.
If the time people use in doing content, we use it to invest in ourselves. Or the country use it in investing.
So what if you're investing on? What if the investment you're doing is on social media? You're getting the investment from. So what would you do? Say I'm learning a skill on social media. Why would I watch a small video and go back to the class?
So how do you manage it, Rhoda? Do you have like a balance? Even I know that there are times where it's dragging and you don't even have a control. But there must be those times where you're like, no way, I have to do this. And what's the turning point?
I think, like you said, I write those sticky notes. I have them a lot. So when I know that today I want to do a lot of productive things and I don't want to while away and rot on my bed, I just write out the things I want to do. And as soon as I do them, I tick them. I know, okay, I'm getting productive by the day. Then when I'm done with all of my tasks and I have free time, I can now just spend it on social media, going through videos and stuff. So I think itemizing the things I want to do is one way that helps me not while away all my time on social media.
Amazing. How do you do it, Vivian?
One way.
How do you
to stay away from social media? Don't have data.
Are you serious?
Don't have data.
What are you serious? Is it when you can have a phone and not have data?
Don't have data. You know. No,
and you won't be tempted to buy data
at all. I'll just tell myself I don't want to buy.
But
data.
you could be staying out of touch. People want to reach out to you.
And
These
days,
it's
so important that you want to reach out to me.
Are you kidding me right now? So someone decides to call you on WhatsApp. That's not a call.
That's not a
for
call.
People, but I don't mean people who don't have your numbers though. Because someone will know you don't know the person who's just calling you on WhatsApp.
I don't take WhatsApp calls seriously. I don't. If you call me on WhatsApp, that means whatever I want to tell me is not important.
Are you serious?
Yes. If it's so important, you call me on direct call.
You know, some people have these thoughts, right? That WhatsApp calls are not, you're not a serious person. Yes. So we found someone, right? Someone was calling me for a business, and was calling me on WhatsApp, and it's an international number. I was like, why is this person calling? Call me the first time, the second, and I picked it and said, why are you calling me on WhatsApp? You were just calling. He said, is that the rule? I just mean things. Let me just hear. I shall listen to the person now. We did good business. But what I'm saying is, if you stay out of data, there might be people who want to reach out to you. and that's like maybe the only way they can.
Out of data for the whole day.
Okay,
You're
okay,
staying
okay.
out of data till you achieve your plans. For
Okay. So you stay away from social media.
I have important things to do, and
So
I will
I
not
have
have
stuff
data.
to do. I don't turn on my data.
Yes, and even if I have data, I do gift it out. I'll just give it out so that I'll be sure that I don't have data.
You know what you're saying? I just imagine myself now. Say, I want to stay away from social media by turning off my data. I'll just go back and turn it on again.
Yes, unconsciously, I'll just go on my data and I'll see that okay, no message are coming in, nothing's loading. I don't have data.
I just go to my bank. How many gigs?
It made it very easy for us.
How about you, Williams? How do you do it?
Okay, first of all, it's exciting staying on social media.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of save that pleasure as a reward for myself.
Okay.
Delayed gratification.
Yes. So I'll tell myself I'm going to do this. A huge part of it, right? So even though I fail and I go back to social media, at least I've done a huge part, right? So. But most of the times, I'll tell myself I won't come online and I will off my data so no notification is coming in. Because if you're acting, you want to pick up your phone to check, right? So I just turn it off and I delete the gratification. So I tell myself I'll come back and I'll do it like from morning. So I know that I have a lot of messages waiting for me to respond to, right? And I want to respond to that. Now, by delaying that pleasure, I'll tell myself if I finish this work, then I can
go to it.
So I kind of delay it. That's
how do I do it? I think sometimes I try to tell myself you must do this thing. So I give myself that task and say you must. The data can be on, but you will not touch the phone. Right? I can go extreme.
Discipline.
Yeah. I say you will not touch the phone. Do this other one. Right, so I stay away from it. I can be frowning at my phone, like my phone did something harmful to me, right? Then sometimes I think turning off your data works too. You just turn it off because of the notification. Then there are settings on your phone. You can make some of the apps sleep, right? And you will not get notification for maybe you do a duration thing and then it works. It also works. But there are times where you feel you just catch yourself say, let me just say, maybe someone, this person might have sent me a message. Okay, let me just turn it and you're there.
And you're there.
And something I saw someone a video, the person said that you also need to be careful how you consume these materials on social media now, because you might notice that you're beginning to have this attention deficit situation because you're scrolling and you're not consuming an information until it ends. So you just scroll, you see this one, I want to dress today, you don't listen, you go to the next and all. So it's affecting your attention span. Yeah, so it's important to stay at something, listen to what the person is saying, complete it and all. And interestingly, the algorithm just helps you bring out what they think you like or what you. So if it keeps appearing, you just stay there. Wow, we're talking social media, but that's not what we want to talk about, right? But it's a good way to start. So we want to talk about your circle as a young person, the people you have around you, and popularly they say that you cannot choose your family, but you can choose your friends. Yeah, you can say this person, no, I don't want you in my space. Yeah. You can tell them, you might not tell them, they'll figure it out. However, but you just know that this is not the kind of person I want around me as a young person. I don't know if any of you've had a situation, a story that you want to share. Vivian, I think you were nodding.
Okay, when it comes to friends, I'm not a friends kind of person. I don't know how to keep relationship with people for the longest of time. So if I don't want you, most possibly I will not tell you, but I just have my way. I will keep off of you. I'm very strict with my friends. And even right now, I just have one friend. And everybody knows that she's my friend. So I don't like friends.
So is it a fear of having so many people around you, or what's it? Is it a fear, or you'd rather have a smaller circle?
Yes, I would rather have a smaller circle. It saves me from a lot of them sees and the rest, and I don't like too much.
So there's
drama.
something you're running away from.
I just don't want that. I don't want any drama in my space. Honestly, so I just have one friend. That's just it.
You think the smaller the circle, the lesser the drama?
Yes.
Is that it?
So yes, and most of the time, that friend, she's actually the one. I think she's the one making the friendship going on, because
Because are you a wahala person?
No, I'm a very nonchalant person when it comes to friendship.
Oh, okay.
I don't like hold it. I know people, but I don't take it to friendship level like that. So, but she's the one that keeps on pushing on, dragging me. Even sometimes I just be like, she should just give me some space. We should not talk for a while and the rest. But she always comes around, so I appreciate her for that.
But do you really feel that is like a problem you need to work on, or you just want to just be like that?
I feel it's a problem. Because I don't like friends. I don't know why.
So you like being alone?
I like being alone.
Wow.
I like being alone. And that's even the reason I don't have a roommate. I tried getting a roommate.
I see. I understand the part where, okay, sometimes you don't want too many people in your space. You don't like crowded spaces. But the part where you say you don't have anyone around you, I don't get that part. But I think for you to grow, you still need people around you. They might not be like your very intimate, close friends, but you need people around. So
yeah, that's what I think you should work on people. That. I know people, but they are not my friends.
Okay. Yeah, they're not your friends.
They're not my friends. I know them. But they are not my friends that I can sit down with and then have private conversation with. No.
So you have like you could have girls who fancy you fancy them, guys. You guys talk, but there's a limit. Yes. So you know that this is my friend, and this person is in my space, my circle, and it's just one person you have. Oh, okay. How about you, Rona?
I'm not okay. I don't want to sound very serious, but I think I'm a friendly person.
Yeah,
and I am friendly to you if you are friendly to me. So that makes me have a lot of persons that we're just cool together. We are not exactly very bonded, like friendship wise, but we have a certain kind of relationship. So there are friends where when you want to hang out, you just know there are certain people that you can have fun with. There are people that when you want to have real serious conversations, you have these kind of persons that you can talk to. So I just have like a group of persons that serves different purposes in my life, but they're not like very bonded friends. So yeah.
So does it mean we have young people who you can't say that I have a circle of friends? I have people. This person knows this person, and we're all like, together.
Okay, I have those kind of friends, like my secondary school friends. Like, we know each other. We don't talk all the time, but whenever we come around, our circle, we are good.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So we just had Zalem join us. How are you, Zalem?
I'm fine, thank
It's been weeks.
So sorry.
How's your health?
I'm a lot better now.
Better?
Yeah,
all right.
so
good.
much.
Good to have you.
Thank you.
Hope you've been having a great day.
Yes, a stressful day, but yeah.
Okay.
Great day.
All right. So, Rona, you already talked about, having people who fancy you and all of that.
Yeah, having people for different
purposes. So, is it that do we misunderstand this word friend as young people? I mean, these days. Do we?
Yeah.
Williams?
Yes, we do.
Why do you think so?
First of all, is what...
Because for the longest, everybody was my friend.
Yeah, I think we misuse the word.
The word.
From childhood.
Call everyone
was my
from childhood.
And their acquaintances and their
someone
friends.
You know in your street to say, oh, my friend.
And actually, I know why sometimes it can be like that. Because, for example, if I'm with this person and we talk, I'm friendly to you, but you're not really friends. And in a scenario whereby I see you, like, I'm with you, you're outside, and someone else is there, and I want to introduce you. You understand? At that point now, I can't say, this is my church mate, or this is my street mate.
Miss Williams. Vivian. Miss Williams.
If you want to
you have to say this person is your friend.
Yeah, if you want to go more detailed, like...
That's too formal now, say Vivian, Miss Williams.
You get.
Yeah,
so
is it too formal?
Yeah,
I think we're too emotional as Nigerians. We're too emotional, right?
I think you feel that way.
It helps you know your place.
Vivian meets Williams. Williams meets Vivian.
Okay, meet my friend Williams. You get.
And William's not your friend.
You just say Vivian meets William.
That kind of introduction is very. So what are they supposed to do?
If it's a formal setting, you can do something like that. But
say, hey, meet my guy, William. Meet my girl. Is that it?
Oh, good.
I think the word friend will misuse it because. But then again, if we decide to now be very strict to the word friend, that means there's certain introductions we'll do that will lose a lot of persons because
that's the point.
I mean, from
because
okay, you live behind my compound, you can't have women, and we're out. I want to introduce you based on strict. Friendship is friendship.
Meet my neighbor.
Meet my neighbor, the one that stays behind me. Just to be clear.
You can say meet my neighbor.
I can say meet my neighbor. But I mean, if
it's
a
my neighbor, meet my classmate.
Like I talk with you a
that's
lot.
who the person is.
Yes, that's who you are to me. Honestly, on that level.
Who am I to you? I beg now. How would you introduce me? How would you introduce me, Vivian?
Me? I'm gonna be like meet my boss.
She's trying to sound very
honestly, no.
Say it as it is. Meet my interviewer.
His colleague, actually.
Miss Queen.
Miss my madam.
I use the boss a lot when I want to like show my
respect. Show some more respect. Okay, so I wanted to talk about that the friend thing. You know, the friend word, because when you now say people are in your circle, we also need to understand what it means to have people in your circle or as your person.
I think we have those persons.
Okay,
actually,
well, how do you? What are they to you when you say this is my circle?
They are my friends.
These are your friends.
Yes.
Well, you say friends
like,
now.
Friends, like my guys, them. Like,
when you say this is my friend, this is my friend, so they are different, right?
No. Okay, no. I
think
I'm talking about
answer what you mean.
So in my circle, they're like really close. We talk almost every day. We have a group chat, so literally we talk every day. Yeah. So they are very, very dear to me. Like if something happens to one person, I will be so bothered.
Yeah.
So these are my friends.
Okay.
Yeah. But you can also have friends outside your circle. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Friends outside your circle.
Sorry, I think this group chat thing is becoming a thing for friendship groups now.
If
you have a set of friends and you don't have a group chat, you start feeling like, I don't love this people enough.
No, I don't think so.
Because on WhatsApp, you see some persons post their friendship group and conversations they have.
And sometimes one person is in 5 group chats.
That's another funny point.
A group now.
It depends on how everybody is. I think there's no pressure with these things actually. What works for everybody.
So it's not compulsory to have a circle.
I think it is because you can fall back to
is it compulsory? Zalem says it is.
I think it is for everybody.
I think you should have a circle, please, because we're not meant to do life alone.
Right?
So having a circle is part of your life.
Okay.
You don't have to be a number of persons, but just have. These are my realest. Because when push comes to shove, you will need people to fall back on. You cannot always be your own shoulder. Can you carry on your shoulder? You can't. You need someone to help you. So I think you need a circle in life.
The thing is that this circle you are talking about now is also misunderstood.
Okay.
From though you're explaining this circle, it's tagged best friends, not friends.
It's not the same.
No, it's not the same
friends
thing.
Outside your circle. That's what I said. You can have your circle of people.
You
still have friends. Like, you don't have to have just these are the 5 persons I know and I love and it's just
I am not open to any person.
You have friends outside your circle and people can still be cool. But you know one thing for sure, that these guys are the realest people.
Okay, but there's a difference between friends and best friends. Is
So
there?
your circle of friends,
difference,
you guys meet.
So what's the difference between?
We met in a church program actually. That's the funny thing. And we became very close. We are 5.
Okay.
And we became really, really close.
And you have a WhatsApp group, a group where you talk.
Yes,
No.
we became
But
so
there are
close.
drama in your friends group too.
Yes,
right?
no, definitely there will be drama. We are all different persons, different personalities. So there will
And
be
I feel
this.
like in that circle of friends, there are a lot of pretenders. That's why I don't like.
It's not all
Really?
Your friends now.
Not all circles.
Not all circles. They are true friends actually. If there's anything I've
they are
learned,
real
is that they are real friends.
So let's talk about how to pick now, because you just talked about there could be people pretending.
Yeah.
So you have yourself, and then before you decide to be part of people be part of you, there are certain things you should look at. Or do these people share same values with me? Are they the kind of people I want to vibe with? Because you might be saying A, another person is saying Y.
Exactly.
So should you be with that kind of person? Of course. Right. You say, oh, let's do this, and you say that let's do the opposite. All right. So how did it work for you?
Okay, I'll say we are different people. We have different patterns, we have different backgrounds, different mindsets. So we cannot agree on everything.
Yeah.
But we agree on most things.
Okay.
So that's one way that it helps me. We have the same visions, we have the same plans for life. Not exactly the same plans for life, but we all have big plans for life, and we are working towards. Nobody is lazy, nobody is just sitting down waiting for when all of you are rich, people will not take care of me. Nobody's like, we are all working towards our goals, and everybody's working on themselves, big dreams, big plans. Like, it just makes a lot of sense being with people that have the same mindset and plans like as you.
So how long have you guys been together for?
We became very close, like really, really bonded last year. But we've known ourselves for like 2 years, but it was last year we got very close. Yeah.
So do you think this has helped in any way?
Yes, during when I'm down and depressed, I'll just go there and be like, guys, and sometimes I don't know, and tell them whatever it is. Like, I can literally tell them anything, and they can tell me anything.
And they're all girls.
Yeah,
and
they're
they're
all
easy
girls.
to gossip.
Your experience is
I think you should speak for yourself, baby.
I'm
surprised.
I feel she has passports that she hasn't healed from.
I've friends true friendship when it comes to, I can say boldly that they are friends, that they are real friends in his life. Because I've shared things very deep with them, and I've not heard it from anybody's mouth by mistake or anything.
Trusting girls.
Wait. Can you be trusted?
I can be trusted.
So why do you feel someone
Be like you.
If you have a good heart towards someone, why do you feel they cannot have that same heart towards you?
So really, we've had our moments, we argue about things because we are human beings and all that, but we always reconcile. How we resolve the issue is always so nice. Nobody is, like, when we fight, we don't fight and start cursing ourselves. Like, we never get to that point where someone has to use some swear words and all those things that are not nice. We have never gotten to that point, and I really hope we'll never get to that point.
Okay. Now, Williams, do you have, like, your guys, like, a circle? Do you?
Guys.
It might not be like
Exactly,
to the extent where you have a WhatsApp group, or maybe you see physically.
I actually have a WhatsApp group of friends, but guys, as I said, no, I don't.
So those friends, what are they? This WhatsApp group of friends, who are they to you? Your friends?
They're my friends.
Female, male?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like, how many are you guys?
We are all together. We're 5.
5. That's a circle now. Is that not it?
You don't just want to use the word circle.
It's a circle, right? But I'll call them my best friends, not my friends.
I think it's the same
because
thing.
There are things that I can talk with them. I can't talk with other persons that I call my friends.
So this friends word and best friend, we have not come to a conclusion what it
is. For me,
that's what
I've not come to a conclusion to it.
So what's a friend? Who's a friend? Who's a best friend?
For example, this circle, there's some things I can't talk with them. I knew Zalem in this show, but there's some things I can't talk with her.
But is she your friend?
She's my friend.
We are friends, actually.
But she hasn't graduated into my best friend zone yet.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Undergraduate.
I thought I was the one who had a problem with the friendship word.
Hey, that's
because wait. So,
but I think it has a point when it comes to best friends and
best friends. Maybe we should go to the dictionary.
Or close friends.
My friends,
what do you guys think?
If you are my close friend, you are automatically my best friend.
What do you guys think? Maybe we should go to the dictionary.
You can actually have
friendship. I'm not doing something.
15 friends, and you really say you share.
I'm not doing something.
You share like deep things with all these 15 friends you have.
That's why I cannot have 15 friends in my circle. If I say these people are in my circle, that means they are my friends and best friends and confidants and everything, right?
Okay. The dictionary says a friend is. Why are we using the dictionary? Well, let's use it. A person, typically someone other than a family member, spouse or lover, whose company one enjoys and towards whom one feels affection. An associate who provides assistance. A person with whom one is vaguely or indirectly acquainted. Oh, okay. That works. That friend thing. A person who backs or supports something, an object or idea that can be used for good. Okay, so this acquaintance thing, a person with whom or indirectly acquainted, a friend of a friend. I added him as a friend on Facebook, but hardly know him. Okay, so it can be loosely used.
Okay, right.
It can be loosely used, and then you now have best friend.
I think using this dictionary, it says a person that is best friend, a person who is an especially close and trusted friend over a long period of time.
Trusted friend.
And a long period of time.
Yeah.
So let's correct this. It's not by how long you've known someone.
Exactly.
You can know someone for 9 years and they'll still do something to you. You just meet someone in the space of a month.
That's what I said. Trusted friends.
I think we should give Williams money. Williams.
Absolutely.
So
all right.
You were asking me, I said, how I choose like my friend. First of all, 5 minutes of having a conversation with you, I should first of all know where you're going to in 5 minutes.
Okay.
I will know the kind of person you are. That's how should I say serious?
It's fine. It's okay to be serious.
Because some people say I'm too serious. Some people say I'm unapproachable. But I can be friendly when you get to know me. But 5 minutes of discussing with you, I can know if you have sense or not.
Okay.
And that will determine if I will bring you close to me.
You.
You understand? Another thing again that you should check out for when looking out for a friend is your deal breakers. Deal breakers are things that you can't deal with, right? There are people that I can't deal with someone that nags, right? So if you're a friend and you nag, I can't deal with you because it might prompt something that you won't like in me.
Yeah.
You get. And the other things also, you look out for what you're deficient in a person. You get. So
they can fill up for you.
Yeah, so that person can fill up and you can fill up for the person too. So these are the things that you have to look out for.
And I think
when
boundaries are very important. Like personally, I don't like having friends who, when we have issues, you have to use very vocal, insulting words.
Communication.
So that's like a deal breaker for me. Like, that's my boundary. I don't want to have a friend who does not know the right words to use when you're communicating.
Some persons say when you're friends with someone like very close, they can say anything to you.
It's different when you're blunt. It's okay to say bitter truths, but there's how you communicate your bitter truths that it will not be effective. So communication is how you communicate is very important to me, particularly.
All right, before we get to you, Rona and Vivian, right? Let's open the phone lines. I'd like to hear from you. How do you look out for? What do you look out for when letting someone into your circle, into your friend? So you could be the circle, right? There might not be anyone existing in it. It's your space. You could be the space, and you're bringing in someone.
People,
so what do you look out for? What do you want to see? And say, I'd really like this person in my space as a young person. I would want you to share 0817 000951 0810951091. 4 calls. For text or WhatsApp messages 0701 9339 962. All right, Rona, what do you look out for? How does it work for you?
There are a lot of things, but I don't want to start itemizing them. But the first thing that will get me close to someone is if we have a conversation and I see that you have similar values that I have on important things. You cannot have the same values about everything, but there are things that I hold dearly. If you have same values on that, you're already in my heart. You're already in my heart. Then I started looking for other things like your sense of humor. Please, I want a funny friend.
Sense of humor.
I can laugh with and we can joke about things. So that's another key point for me. When
otherwise, do I make you laugh?
You make me laugh. I think I make you laugh more. So that's another thing. Then someone that is truthful, that will tell me things whether I feel good about it or not, that I can say, okay, what do you think about this? And they'll tell me exactly the way, how it is. So I think that's another important
Do you
thing.
find out all of this? How long do you find out all of this exactly?
That's why I said conversations we have. And I see, okay, certain important values, this person has similar values like I do. I already want to be close to you. Then so in the process of being close to you and we have more conversations, I now know, okay, this person has this thing that I like, has this other thing that I like, and in that process of communication and spending time together, we become close. So
So you must communicate with people to get to know exactly if they meet your criteria. It's okay to have your list of what you want, right? In your head, it might not be like
it's not written and
you don't even tell them that. As I'm talking to you now, if you don't believe this thing, I will not be your friend.
You even tell yourself sometimes.
It just happens.
It just happens. No, it's there. Conversation just sparks certain things. I'm like, just this person.
As well as no, you're going to stay away from me. It depends.
Let's talk about you. You seem to have been hurt by females. So that means it's stories that you heard.
So why? Why? Why?
Okay, like I said earlier, I have a circle of friends.
Okay.
And we've known for like, honestly, 10 years.
Okay. Wow.
So we grew together. And we have our different lifestyles. Different. Everybody's different. But, without my circle of friends, there's another circle of friends. Inside that circle of friends.
There's another circle that you're not
So, I don't know, the way they talk, we'll discuss. And they will agree, It's not as if they will tell you that they don't like it or, the way you're doing this thing. But they will go behind you.
They're not friends.
And say another thing. Or they will come and visit you and then they will gossip about this other person that they are hyping.
But that's
So,
so, and
I've been with this set of persons for the longest. And I know that this is how they are.
Yeah.
I can't confide in them like, I need blunt truth about this thing. Okay, this hairstyle I'm on, is it okay? They'll be like, oh my God, it's so nice. Oh, you're so beautiful. You're actually looking like a clown. Like,
oh my goodness.
And it's
so
amazing with
them.
That sounds great.
Like I said earlier, we don't talk all the time, but whenever we come together or whenever we have the time to chat on the group, we always vibe. Yeah,
I think it's just that's not your circle.
The fact is
they're
that
my circle. They're the friends that I know that I have aside
And
my
they're still
best
the ones
friend.
that do this.
they are not
They're not
friends.
your friends.
If your friends can't tell you the truth, that person is not
If your
qualified
friends
to
will
be your
tell you
friend.
something and go behind you and say something else, how are they even your friends?
And I think
If your hair is smelling and your friend can't tell you, guy, your hair is smelling, that person can't be your
Have
friend.
a friend.
You can't.
Please change your circle.
Or you just stick to your best friend. You don't have to
that's why
you don't have to
that's
be
why I
5
said
or 10
from the
or
beginning. It's just
There's
her.
just one person.
It's just her that I have. That is
But you
very
still have these
truthful.
people for fun.
I just
Maybe
have
they're
them
for fun.
yes, for fun. Like, they might just say something and then come direct to my DM and be like, don't mind this person.
But do you think can your friend hurt you?
Yes.
Yes. They can.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So how do you get over it? Do you forgive? Is there something that you should not forgive? Like you just say, you know what, just go. So I go.
Yes, I can give an experience. So before I had this circle of friends, I had this friend and we were very close. So we had issues. I sold her to her and then the vendor disappointed me. She was my fault. But it was how she approached it that I did not believe a friend can approach this issue like that. Like, it's okay to want a refund. I'm not against use your money, right?
Yeah.
But the words she used, the way the story went, and I'm like, is it still this hair we are talking about? Or you have carried me your mind? Or you have things in your mind against me already? So it was so bad. And then she went the next day and tried to play the victim game, went to start meeting people and trying to cry, to act like I was bullying her, and it was so not nice. So I just knew that, okay, you know what, hi, hello is what we're going to be doing from now on. Nothing else is
After
going to
giving
happen.
her money.
Yeah, I did. I did that. I didn't reply with the refund. It was the drama that came with it that got me pissed.
Yeah.
Girls and drama.
Even in opposite sex friendship.
So you rather have male friends?
I rather have male
I think
friends.
that's
Let's hear from the guy. Let's hear from the guy.
The fact is that the both of them, the both genders say the same thing. A
Right,
girl
you
will
rather
say,
have
I rather
a-
like have
yeah.
male friends. A guy will say, I rather have female friends. I know my gender.
Really?
Each of us know our gender.
But
What is going wrong? What is happening?
Well, I don't know. I didn't think that guys say that.
I've seen guys that see my guys, leave guys who I don't have female friends. I've seen my female friends also say leave my gender. I don't have female friends.
So who will be friends with
Oh
you
my
now?
goodness. I do have female friends and I do have male friends too. But female, I have quite some people who are these are my girls, these are my people, right? And it makes sense. But I think I also grew up hearing this theory of, be careful of women, be careful of women. But when growing up and I began to think for myself, I knew that I could pick the women I want in my circle.
Yeah.
So if I can pick them, then I don't have a problem. If I pick her or unpick you, so I don't have a problem. So I could have male or female, right? So I think that's why we're having this conversation, because it has to do with what you consciously do, right? And this person becomes a part of you.
Yeah.
as a young person, because you know that you need that support system. You need someone to lean on, someone to learn from, to grow, someone to encourage you, people to push you. Because sometimes you could be too laid back, and then you just have your friends, put you running again and all of that. But some people say you can survive without a circle of friends. Is it you can just be going? Is it possible?
It's possible. I've been going.
It's not have you been? Are you going far? Is it faster?
I don't think I'm backwards to where I was before.
Okay.
I've been pushing forward without them.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't even see anything I've gained from my circle of friends.
But you don't have friends. We keep saying
sorry, people are hearing what I'm saying, but I'm not gaining anything.
See, for me, it's a two-way thing.
Yeah.
I believe if you don't really have people, one, you might go far, but you won't go fast.
Okay.
Or you might go fast, but you won't go far.
Okay.
Because you can go fast in the wrong direction.
I know, right?
So these people, they are also there to help guide you. Right? So because they are your eyes. Some things that have you seen people who are in a relationship and they don't see a need to leave the relationship, but their friends are telling them, I'm seeing something you're not seeing. Guys, leave this relationship. You get, because at that point you are blinded by emotions. But these people are really seeing for you. You get, so the friends are really important. And I feel that the only time that you should actually leave a person is if the person has unrepentant apology. You get, so you're apologizing, but there's no sign of repentance.
Action, no effort, nothing.
And it can be draining you, right, and killing you inside. So at that point, you can just say,
that's
step
why
down.
I feel it's either you have a good circle or don't have a circle at all. Because being
Just keep
in a
everyone.
bad circle, you are not you're missing out on a lot of things, and it's affecting your life. So it's either you are alone pushing your life or you have a circle. So don't be like, oh, I have a circle, but I'm not getting. Just be alone and know that you don't have a circle and your life is just going how you want it to go.
She's smiling. She's smiling.
So just decide what you want to do.
Wow, amazing. And this age where you can have a circle and you guys are obviously not together, right? You just chat, you just call, and sincerity is beautiful. At the beginning of this year, someone called me and said, I'm angry with you. She's in my what we call circle. I'm angry. I'm like, what did I do? Tell me. She said, did you have been angry with you? I said, you did not tell me. Tell me now. And then she said it's fine. And she told me, I said, you see, if you did not tell me, I would not even know that I had done this. There was something she asked me to do, and I never did it because I forgot. Right. So, and she maybe felt like it wasn't important and all, and there were a lot of things to that. So, people around you who can be sincere with you. And I think that there are people who come and stay for a while and leave. Right. They don't stay in your life forever.
True.
That's true.
They might just come for a certain purpose.
And they will leave
it's
good
important
memories.
to know when that time
exactly
right?
and
sometimes holding on to someone when they finished their course in life is not healthy for both of you.
And probably
trying
that
to
might
hold
be
on to a friendship.
That might be like part of the things that she's facing.
Sometimes you even outgrow certain people.
A friendship that has failed, let it fail.
Certain people actually.
Friends are like crops. Right, there are some as they come, they grow immediately. Right, there are some they'll stay for like 2 years, 3 years, and there are some they will stay for a lifetime. Right, so it's to understand as this person has finished his duty in my life, he moves on. Now you're not really chasing the person out of your life. The door is not permanently closed; it's agile. So there are times whereby you need to use that door again, that door of friendship. But you know that the main reason of this friendship has been accomplished, and you move on.
Absolutely. And it's funny how some people also come and stay forever. They're just there years with
and sometimes you know them right from the first day.
You do. You just know that the person is here to stay. Wow. Amazing conversation, your circle and how it's important, the influence that comes with it, the progress you can make with some people around you. Because imagine if you have friends doing stuff together, you guys are pushing together, and growing together. It's
Growing
important.
together.
I see some beautiful videos where people say we'll be friends for 10 years, 15 years, 20, and it makes a lot of sense. But it's not also about how long you've known the person. It's about the impact too at the person being. All right, thank you so much, guys. It's been solemn, sweet conversation. Smooth and all. So, Zalem, what's up for this week? What's up for you this week? You might not tell us everything, but plenty enjoyment this week, Abby, for you.
Okay, this week is just full of classes.
Yeah. All right. I wish you all the best. How about you, Williams?
This week is full of project work and classes.
Hey, okay. I wish you the best.
All right. I will just use this time to wish my best friend a happy birthday. Tomorrow's her birthday.
Oh, what's her name?
Unity.
Happy birthday, Unity. I don't know if she's listening.
Happy birthday,
I don't know,
Unity.
Happy birthday, Unity.
I love you so much.
Please hold on.
That's so sweet. Rona, what's up for the week?
I think work.
Work. All right. Okay, so we already started with the mood for work, and let's just continue that way. Thank you so much for tuning in to Cruise Control. Thank you, Zalem. Thank you, Williams. Thank you, Vivian. And thank you, Rona. And thank you, Queen. Stay tuned. Sunday Family Special coming up next on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Shine your light.
NMG Records.
OT, 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 Mr. Crazy and this one again.
Mr. Crazy.
Come easy. Alongside. Baby. It's never too late, oh. If you dey for back, make you come get, oh. Make you show face, oh. Me and your cool, we know the play games, oh. We dey touchdown. Rapping now, we dey run down. See the girl, she dey bend down. She give me body, then I shut down. Sexy Ashanti. I met her in a canteen. She tell me, boy, why you ranting? I spend cash, she's fronting. Baby girl, make you slow down. Me like the way that you bend down. No be vibe, no be smackdown. I'ma get you, calm down. Kill emotion, kill emotion. The love I give you, baby, my girl. My girl. My girl. Kill emotion, kill emotion. The love I give you, baby, my girl. My girl. My girl. It's never too late, oh. If you dey for back, make you come get, oh. Make you show face, oh. Me and your cool, we know the play games, oh. We dey touchdown. Rapping now, we dey run down. See the girl, she dey bend down. She give me body, then I shut down. Yeah, goes up. International boy with a local. Oh yeah, no number. My love, I go ni leko in tosa. Yeah, kini mo say, oh. Chop my money like say it be 1K, oh. Now, oh 1K, oh. It's time to go be, I want to get 1K. Yeah, be like say she don't brag police for you, child. She drop few pounds, yeah. And I'm ready to go round. Enough for me, I know more easy just to go round. Yeah, be like say she won't brag police for you, child. She drop few pounds, yeah. And I'm ready to go round. Enough for me, I know more easy just to go round, yeah, yeah. It's never too late, oh. If you dey for back, make you come get, oh. Make you show face, oh. Me and your cool, we know the play games, oh. We dey touchdown. Rapping now, we dey run down. See the girl, she dey bend down. She give me body, then I shut down. Now who dey? Now we dey. Mr. Greasy on this one again. May I beg you? We dey touchdown. Rapping now, we dey run down. See the girl, she dey bend down. She give me body, then I shut down. We dey touchdown. Rapping now, we dey run down. See the girl, she dey bend down. She give me body, then I shut down. just go. I cry, I'm sure, but my dreadlocks. Believe me, I don't pray, Mohammed, I don't pray, come on, man. I can stand for one place, go stand, my baby, come on, ginger me, only you can feel my best. Give me vitamin, we're gonna take these pills away.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Shebi then call we anonymous. This kind of blessing are only us. CCTV and the monitors. Person we carry go carry plus. Everything go to miraculous. Follow me sing say higher, 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 higher. Gonna take me higher, higher, higher. Higher, 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 higher. If it no be God, tell me now where I for day. If it no be God, tell me now where I for day.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Some people where you meet go show you true love. All them go come your way. Don't let them go away. For me I hold my baby. For me I hold. me a home. For me a home. For me a home, my baby. For me a home. For me a home.
Sunday Family Special on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Yes, it's that time where we talk about the family. It's 60 minutes past 9. We'll apologize. We're starting a little behind schedule, but well, certain conversations are better had with professionals. So even if you want to start the show, you still want to give it time so that your professional comes and goes on with all that he has to say or she has to say. Last week we had a good conversation, and I'm happy for your feedback and all that you said about it, the calls and text messages. This week again, we're going to have a good one. You know, I never stop telling you that the family is a very important sphere of society, and so it's important that we talk about the family, how we can get better, what can be done exactly in the family. Someone said the society we have is a product of the families that we have. Okay, argue or not, might be true or not, maybe we'll find out from our guests. So this week, we're going to be talking family values and pillars that can influence or impact humans and in turn run the affairs of society, impact or influence society. And I have joined me, Daniel Washington. He is a public speaker and a relationship expert. Thank you for coming to the studio today.
Thank you, Chinwe, right?
Chinwe. Oh, you saw that one. They don't know this part, though.
The first name that comes to my mind is usually Chima.
Yeah, Chima is my surname.
Exactly.
Queen, Chinwe. Chinwe.
Okay, I'll do Queen.
You do Queen, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, good to have you.
Thank you.
How has today been busy? It's written all over your face.
Busy. Like, that explains it all.
Yeah.
Busy.
Yeah, I guess it.
But I'm good. I feel good I'm here.
Yeah, it's good to have you. We had a great time with you last week.
Thank you.
This week again. You know, when you told me pillars and values, I was like, okay. What direction is Mr. Daniel taking us to this week? But it's good to have this conversation because, you know, you said pillar, and I'm just painting a picture of value. I'm just painting a house, and then you have like pillars holding the house.
Of course.
So if it's not holding, it means the house cannot stand.
That's right.
Is that what it means too in this context?
Of course. You know, there are pillars that make for a very healthy family, and we are being taught that family is the bedrock of society.
Okay.
Let's do some kind of my principal will call it factorization. Let us do some kind of replacement. So we'll get to say family is the bedrock of every healthy nation.
Yeah.
Because, like I said this afternoon, every president has a father or was born by a mother, all right, came from a family. There is no mortal without a surname. Okay? Yeah, if that is the case, so every individual came from somewhere. All right? And if that's the case also, what you bring to an office or an environment is everything that is contained within your soul. Right? So it now behooves on us to be very intentional about prioritizing raising healthy family members vis-a-vis raising healthy children, because children turn out to be mothers, turn out to be fathers, all right, turn out to be leaders, turn out to be political office holders, turn out to be influential figures in the society. And you know, when we speak of society, we talk about the relationship between man and his environment. You understand? So you cannot underplay the role family plays in building society and, of course, transforming the nation. And I would always like to say this: society is a bastard. And when I mean a bastard, society is fatherless. Society has, by history, society has a man that coined the name society. All right. But in the actual sense, society doesn't have a mother. Society doesn't have a father. Society is a resultant effect of an interrelationship between two entities, between two factors that has to do with a man or man and his environment. When there is an intercourse between these both entities, society is being born.
Okay.
Now, society is a makeup and a constituent of values, vices. ill happenings, immoral happenings, different kinds of individuals. All right, that's why there are certain attitudes and character traits and personalities predominant in certain terrains. It is traceable to the family. And when we speak of family, we speak of individuals also, because today, as we see, particularly in this part of the world, you would see that streets were named after some certain individuals. Back then in the days when everywhere was bushy and there was, of course, wars, okay, those warriors would go into a particular terrain and fight and protect that terrain and conquer that terrain, and the terrain is named after him or after her. And then before you know it, a street, a community, a village, a landmass is named after an individual. That individual gets married to a woman that automatically begins to bear his name. All right, that woman enters into an intercourse with the man, and they give birth to a male or a female that gets to bear his name. All right, they now become a household name. Household name, household name, household name. All of these individuals, the inter-exchange, the exchange, the mutuality, the activities that revolve around that process in family, the growth process in family, the relationship process in family, is what has come into society, is what has come into the state, is what has come into the region, as we see. All right. People say cultism this, cultism that, corruption here, corruption there. Corruption is a product of someone's thoughts. Cultism is a product of someone's thoughts. It starts from imagination. And one of the responsibilities of parenting is to chart a course for the children. All right. If I'm to quote the Bible, which I believe, no, of course not for everybody, train up a child in the way he should go. And when he's old, he won't depart from it. I constantly say this. I always say that we are a product of transferred experience. We are a product of transferred experience. That is to say that I claim to know what I know, but what I don't know is the fact that what I know was given to me by my parents who knew what they knew.
I asked a young man, I'll never forget, we were having a conversation, and I said, the conversation told towards getting married to more than a wife. And I said, why would you not? He said, my father never did. That's why I won't. With no, I'm not shading anyone who has more than one wife or not, right? But he said, because my father never had.
And his father is an authority in his upbringing. And so the problem is, intelligentias and people who happen to be very intelligent, discreetly intelligent, they don't fail to question authorities in all form of humility, because your growth is your responsibility, your development is your responsibility. You have to apply some level of intentionality with respect to the things you get to know. All right. My father didn't marry more than one wife, or my father married more than one wife, so I won't. Did you ever sit at any point in time in your life asking your dad that why did you choose to marry one wife? I mean, what is wrong with marrying 4 wives? What is wrong with marrying 5 wives? You see, every individual, 2 things happen. 1, your upbringing. 2, that point in your life when you come of age. People come of age at 55, some people come of age at 60, some people come of age at 70, some at 40, some at 30, some at 20, some at 22, 24, 25, as the case may be. All right, some people come of age and wake up, and then all they say is, okay, I think I need to question everything that looks like my character, everything that looks like my attitude. And that's why people like Tim LaHaye wrote a particular book when he said, why you act the way you do. All right, why you act the way you do. And you see, I've entered into the pillars. One of the pillar is intentional parenting. If society has to be repaired, you must bear in mind that every man is a custodian of seeds that can give birth to children when there is an intercourse with a woman. All right, but the man that carries pen is only but a potential father, not a trained father. It takes some level of intentionality to train a man to become a father.
So one of the pillars of the healthy family, of a family, one of the pillars we're looking at is intentional
parenting.
Okay.
Very, very important. You see,
not just parenting, but intentional.
Yes, because
so parenting, you can be parenting, but you're unintentional.
Of course.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, intentional parenting. The implication of intentional parenting is to the end that you prepare your mind, you set your mind. That's why when we tell people in a relationship when they get married, we tell them the moment you get married, don't immediately 1, 2, 3 days or 4, 5, 6, 7 days or 1 week or 2 weeks just get pregnant, all right? Except you are really, really ready. To what degree can someone be ready in a marriage? To the degree that you are ready is how ready you can be ready, all right? So if you're trying to make me fix an age to it, no. But the point I'm trying to make is very, very simple. Intentional parenting provides that you have to prepare to a reasonable degree to step into the shoes of being a parent, because you are being entrusted as a caretaker. Though he gets to be your name, but you are a caretaker of a particular child. See, what we don't actually know is that every individual we see is a nation. Every individual we see is a nation in his or her seed form. Every individual we see is a state. That's why in the political space, there are people who have the capacity to garner support across a region, across a constituency, across a geopolitical zone, across a nation. There are people who have what is called continental influence. There are people who have global relevance. There are people who have grassroots relevance. All right, in politics you can't underplay the role of grassroots mobilizers. But the point I'm trying to make is that you must be very, very intentional to bear in mind that the child you're bringing into this world has the capacity to be a president. And woe betide you when you bring in a child that has the destiny, the life's vision, the assignment, the purpose to be a president, and he ends up being a non-entity in society. Most cultists we are seeing, and they were not predestined to be cultists, but there were lacunas in their upbringing, and of course gross misconduct with the sensitive points of their life where they should have taken very sensitive decisions.
When do you choose to intentionally parent? Is it before marriage or after marriage?
Okay, you've asked a very, very good question. Parenting starts when you have a child.
Okay.
All right. Now, when we tell people about preparation for a relationship, what we tell them to do is you don't start preparing for your relationship when you get into the relationship. You begin to prepare for a relationship as you approach a reasonable age, as you begin to approach your adulthood, all right? You begin to read materials. You begin to open yourself to knowledge. You begin to visit seminars. You go on YouTube, you watch videos, you acquaint yourself with proper perception that makes for a healthy relationship and a thriving marriage, all right? You open yourself to all of these forms of understanding. Most importantly, go deeper into your bloodline. What are predominant traits? What are predominant attitudes? What are the predominant activities that happen in your lineage? Because you cannot underplay the place and the role of bloodline in your relationship and marriage. So suffice me to say that in the course of parenting, you don't say because you get a child, you don't become an accidental parent, a parent who never knew that he will get pregnant. Yeah, there are people like that, you know. But the point I'm trying to make is very simple, that you prepare. Preparation cannot be underplayed. There is no degree, there is no end to preparation, but there is a degree you can prepare that when you step into marriage and when you step into the responsibility,
you're ready to test anything.
Exactly, because marriage and parenting comes with a degree of shocks, and if you don't have a shock absorber, that's a problem. And your ability to manage shock connotes your degree of preparation, because no level in life as an individual is without a challenge. So intentional parenting calls for the fact that a man who will one day become a father has to begin to think what it means to be a father. What is the thinking? What is the mindset? What is the posture? What is the capacity level of someone who wants to be a father? Someone who wants to be a mother. What does it take to be a mother? Bearing in mind that the moment you get pregnant, your life as a lady has been totally altered. All right. And it is of utmost importance that the person who is altering your life has to be your husband. Because if the person who alters your life happens to be a runaway father or a runaway guy, all right, you would now bear in mind that you are carrying a baby with so much pain in your heart because the father is not even available to cater for the responsibility he has handed over to you. And that's what calls for intentional parenting. Intentional parenting, by implication, is such that a girl should know that pregnancy is a big deal. And you must know whom you open your legs to. All right. So you must know who you call my love. You see, all of these things now we can't help but interface or juxtapose parenting and marriage, parenting and relationship, because there is some level of interdependence and interrelationship between the both institutions. All right, you cannot underplay them. But let me not so beat hard
on intentional parenting.
Intentional parenting.
Yes, it's fine.
There is one I planned that I would mention first. Is the God factor.
Okay.
I said that this year I would every time I get to speak about family and I get to speak about marriage, I would not sideline the God factor. Because some persons have the tendency to think that you are religious when you make mention of the God factor. You can't underplay the God factor. As a parent, as a husband, as a wife, as one who is raising a family, you have to be able to let the family know. You must be able to let your son, your daughter know that there is a God that rules in the affairs of men. Yes, I'm not preaching, but that is the truth. All right? Our involvement, our growth is traceable to an unseen deity that must be searched out and served. Very, very important. Very, very important. That's why our past national anthem, say, "Arise, O compatriot, Nigerians, call, obey, to serve." There's a place where he said, "So help me, God." Even as a nation, we recognize the place of the God factor in national development and national transformation. That's part of the reason why United States, they always make mention of the statement, "In God we trust." I mean, there is a limit to what your humanity can achieve. There is a limit, and there is a degree to which there is a limitation to what degree you can achieve as an individual. That's why you cannot underplay the God factor. You have to tell your son that there is a God that rules in the affairs of men. You have to let your son know that there is a God factor that has helped him. I can't force everybody to talk about Jesus. I can't force everybody to serve Jesus. But if I have my way, I would let them know the role Jesus plays in beautifying a family. However, whatever you believe that God is to you, but what I'm trying to make you understand is that there is an unseen deity that rules in the affairs of men, and that the earlier as a parent you identify with that deity, with that God factor, the better for you, the better for the child, and the better for the nation. So I've talked about intentional parenting, and I've also talked about
the God factor.
The God factor. I'll mention only three. There are about 7 or 8, but I'll mention only 3.
Right.
And the third one is that parent who is able to decipher a child's life purpose. Now, let me say this.
So this is the responsibility of a parent and not the child, because we have a lot of people who have to grow into what they think that they should do or begin to figure out themselves. Is that not how it's supposed to be, that you figure out yourself for yourself? Is this something your parents should do for you?
Okay, the thing is, this conversation today is not a purpose conversation. All right. If it was a purpose conversation, I would have gone all eschatological on this conversation. It's not a purpose conversation. But the point I'm trying to say here is, a parent with identity crisis would only transfer identity crisis to the child and discover himself or herself. So it's a clarion call if society must be properly built. Now, bear in mind, your purpose, your life's assignment, your life's vision, your journey has come into this world to solve a problem. Now, the child you bring into the world, the parent that you are set out to solve a societal problem. Now, it is the responsibility of the parent to decipher what problem is the child coming to solve. Now, let me also mention this because of what you said. In philosophy, there are two schools of thought. There's the one we call them the school of empiricism and the school of rationalism. All right. Empiricism says that man has a degree of innate ideas when he was born.
Okay.
All right. That's why when you slap the child would cry. Now, but rationalists say no, that a man was born with tabula rasa, blank slate. He knew nothing when he was born. He knows nothing when he's born, and that's what it is. But the point is very simple. I don't want to take sides with which school of thought I belong to, but this is my point, and my point is clear, that when a child is being handed over to you, they've handed over to you a life that is yet to be developed. You are the developer. All right. Now, somebody gave you that child. That's God. All right. God gave you that child to cater for the child. It's your responsibility to ask the giver, what has this child come into this world to do? What role, which aspect of society has the child come to repair? Every child has come to repair, to reculture, and to reorient a particular damage. And that's what we must know. As a parent, as a father, as I am constantly, my eyes are heavily. I already know my son is an extrovert. He's just 1 year and going to 2 years. My son is an extrovert. I am beginning to study his traits. I'm beginning to study his abilities, his what they call CARICOM abilities.
And so this will help you guide him
better. Of course, it would help me. It would instruct the kind of school I'll put him into.
Okay.
It would make me pay close attention to the teacher who is teaching him, because there are schools who kill dreams. There are schools that kill dreams, sorry. There are teachers who kill dreams. There are teachers who are not teachers, they are killers. So when you know who you have as a child at its potential state, what you do is to pay close attention. As I walk through life, I begin to observe my son. Now I found out he's an extrovert. Now I found out that he's very, very active. I'm beginning to see his hidden abilities, his innate abilities. As we keep climbing, I will now begin to know his giftings. I will now begin to know his sector of influence. Every purpose, every life's vision, every life's assignment has a sector of influence. It's either you're called to the government, or you're called to arts and entertainment, or you're called to media, or you're called to security, or you're called to science and technology, or you're called to the research department. Something you're connected to a particular sector of influence with your dreams. Now it's your responsibility, when you're able to guide the child and guide your family in this trajectory, in this direction, and you would see that as the child grows and walks through life, he would know he has a clearer perspective on how to see society. He knows what he's coming to do for society. When he steps into an environment, he knows where he occupies. He knows what to do, when to do what he ought to do, and where to stand, and what responsibility to take. I think I've done justice mentioning these three.
So it means that there could be a number of children who have had a tough time figuring
crisis, that's the word, crisis.
So this person is 30, 40 and still trying to,
you are making millions of naira, but you feel some vacuum inside of you.
So this is what your parents should have done.
They have a role to help you, to guide you.
It makes it easier.
Yeah, it makes it easier, so that when you grow up, all right, when you grow up, you begin to observe, okay, while I was growing up. And then, of course, beyond the observation, your parent is able to tell you, your mom is able to tell you, look at the kind of things you're exhibiting. Look at the kind of traits. By the analysis, look at these are default systems operational in developed society, and not third world countries like us. All right, we say we are not even developing. Sorry to say, we are not developing. We are static. We are third world country. Third world country.
We are developing.
Well, if you say that, let's just tell ourselves the truth. Today is not a conversation for Nigeria. Maybe we'll fix a particular day for Nigeria. Then I will bring facts why we are not developing. Yes, but the point is, These are default structures and system operational in institutions, in academic circumference, in developed clients.
How do families uphold these pillars? This might not. Yeah, how do they uphold these pillars? Because you look at a number of people who, you remember, you said we cannot talk about family without marriage relationship. Who want to get married, and you talked about knowledge. You need to acquire knowledge. You need to be ready for this, and it's okay to want to ask. Do you know all of this, the intricacies of marriage, especially parenting? That's a scary part for some people. The fact that I have to bring someone else to this world. Am I ready for it? Some people ask themselves that question. And they think, some people sincerely tell you, I don't think I'm ready.
The fear is explainable.
Yeah.
All right. When I was getting married, I never had. During my singlehood as a young bachelor, I can't recall at any point in my life where I was scared of marriage.
Okay.
I had a default thinking that I can't make a mistake with the right spouse. I never had that thought. Now, guess what? Leave the God factor, leave my research. Of course, I started to read relationship books. I referenced relationship materials. I went for seminars, both paid and free. I got certifications for just to know all of these things. Away from all that, I cannot underplay the fact that I came from a complete home. My father was married to one wife.
Okay.
I saw them play together. I saw them laugh together. I saw we all pray together, do stuff together, achieve together.
Helped you.
So it gave me a consciousness. You see, upbringing has a way of eliminating some prayer points.
Okay.
Exactly. Taking some assignments in some houses. All right. Upbringing has a way of, you see, sometimes most of the prayers Christians pray, most of the prayers people pray are prayers they are not aware what they are fighting against is a dysfunctional mindset. It's a mindset problem. All right. If you come from a home where the father is constantly beating the mother as a guy, you would almost think that women don't listen.
Okay.
I don't think it's what I'm saying. That's is as simple as that. But the truth of the matter is, if you are scared of marriage, face your fears.
Okay.
All right. Face your fears. If you want to get married, if you believe you'll get married, all right, you have to tackle your fears. You have to tackle your insecurities. Tackle your insecurities to a level. Because even when you step into marriage, there'll be particles of insecurity sufficing. Of course, you would have to still deal with it. But this time around, not alone, but with your spouse by virtue of accountability, openness, communication.
Yeah. Let's get the listener. You said you shared three, and the God factor, intentional parenting, and then understanding how to guide your child. The third one. Pillars of family. That's what we've been talking with Daniel Washington. It's Sunday Family Special. These are pillars, these are values that can impact the family and in turn influence the society. You've been listening, you have a question you want to ask, you have a thought you want to drop, then it's time for you to call 0817 000951. 0810 9510 951. For text or WhatsApp messages 0701 9339 These are the numbers you can contact us with, and then we can hear your question or your thoughts. Daniel Washington, when people talk about love and family and marriage, people want to know if you're married. And I like the way you talk about your child and your wife. So it will be this one where they talk about this one.
You can't take people to where you've not gone.
You think so? Because we have a lot of people who talk about family, relationships, and some of them are not married.
I've been consulting on relationships for a while. It's going to about 4 to 6 years. I've been consulting on relationships for a while. I've read materials on marriage. Upbringing, child. If you've heard of Model Marriage by Dark Howard Mills, right? If I'm correct, I've read a couple of materials. But you see, the times during my period of being a single guy on air talking about marriages, I was intentional not to touch marriage. I focused on dating relationships. I focused on courtship. I focused on building friendship. Why? Because I know there are callers who would call in and say that I'm talking nonsense.
What you don't have an experience.
I don't have an experience on. But now this time around, I have experience. Not quantum experience, but at a level. I have something to say.
To talk about.
Yes.
You look at our society, and sometimes you look at someone, if you've ever I think last week we did highlight something like this. How you heard someone talk and you could hear so much bitterness from them. You could see this person is coming from a dysfunctional home and life is really tough for them. Even if sometimes you don't know, but it's tough. You can, being an expert, you can just look at someone and know that this is the problem, right? Why this person is sounding like this. And you want to be a little careful about the kind of family this person would want to produce, because you talk about healing first before you produce family. Do you think that people should intentionally, what way can they measure their readiness for parenting? First marriage and then parenting, because we talked about pillars of family, right? Healthy family that would influence society. What way can they measure their readiness for parenting?
Okay. The first thing you need to do is to identify what are those loopholes in your mindset as it revolves around parenting and marriage. What are those loopholes? Okay. Identify those loopholes and intentionally crush them, close them. Now, close them and build something fresh. Let me take, for instance, all right, you're from a home where your father talks to your mom anyhow. He feels that women shouldn't be expressive. They should be submissive, as most men believe. Yeah, I believe in submission, but there's a difference between submission and slavery. Some women are slaves in their marriages. Yeah. So, but my point is, you grew up being a bitter guy. You grew up hating women, and you are about to get married. Now, the first thing you need to know is to, first of all, ask yourself, what does it take to be married? What does it take to be a husband? All right. When you do such level of appreciation or holistic review and studies, the next thing you now begin to observe, what are those loopholes in my life that has the tendency to crash marriage?
Okay.
Identify them and ask yourself, how can I deal with these things? Deal with them even before you start dating. Yes.
Okay. You have to deal with it.
You have to identify it first and then go for truth. The solution
but
is
you need
truth.
help. You need someone to help you.
Yeah,
Or can you do it on your own?
There is a point for your personal responsibility. There is a point where you need to, when you have a paralyzed will, all right, that's when you would need someone. But most importantly is the fact that you would need a marriage counselor.
Yeah.
You would need a model. You need to identify a marriage. As I am like this, there is a marriage that I model. All right. There is a marriage that I and my wife, we look at, we reflect, we are always observing them and seeing how they are crushing their goals, they are pursuing their dreams, they are climbing different ladders in their relation, they are in their marriage. There'll be 12 years in marriage this year.
Okay.
All right. So we are observing, we are learning. Time and time again, we go for counseling, we go for one-on-one, what we call one-on-one. Sometimes I would have a one-on-one conversation with the husband, who happens to be my mentor. And sometimes she would have a one-on-one session with the wife, who happens to be her mentor. You understand? You cannot underplay the role. See, some children are coming from scattered, messed up homes.
Yeah.
So you need to identify with a space. You need to identify with a circle where you see healthy father, you see a healthy mother, raising healthy children, breeding a healthy family.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Daniel Washington, for sharing these pillars. You know, the God factor. You talked about intentional parenting and also understanding your child and how to groom them. Thank you so much for coming on the program, Sunday Family Special. We look forward to interesting more conversations. But I understand I remember I do.
Yeah, exactly. Please.
All right. That's a wrap on Sunday Family Special. I hope you gained value for your time. 10 o'clock, the world news, but then we'll take a commercial now. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening. Thank you once again, Daniel Washington.
You're welcome.
A lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial. Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Countryman, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary, seeking a self-sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ubarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of three types that can afflict men. But of these three, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time, or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region, or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make efforts to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and provide solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Thank you all.
All right, you've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. At number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Man, correct, bakelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Seeking a self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. When don't become Obarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk